Here on Best Ball Breakfast, we finally have the NFL schedule. So to celebrate, we are going to do 4 drafts today. I'm going to do one solo. Then we are, of course, going to have Shawn Siegele from Rotoviz come on and do a draft. Then Pat Kerrane, and then Easy from the Deposit Kingdom. He's built out a sweet correlation spreadsheet. So all kinds of fun, new strategic angles we can dig into now that we have the schedule. It's time to correlate, baby. It's Best Ball Breakfast.
My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags.
I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags. She kicked me.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in the plus EV way.
Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts?
We just don't know.
All right, GMs all around. How are we doing in the chat? Mark with the super chat. Mulch season, Pete. So this is how you start a show where you have all this enthusiasm about talking about the NFL schedule. You immediately talk about mulch. Last year I wrote a newsletter post, how I basically crunched the numbers and I decided I was going to do the mulch myself. I wrote a blog post about it. I was pretty miserable after the fact. It took me a long time. This year, I said, screw that. It was not mulch season. I mean, it was. I paid someone else to make it mulch season, and I decided to make fantasy football videos in my basement instead. That was the trade-off I made. But yes, so the mulch was done. It looks nice. I did not have to do it myself. Maybe next year, the scales will tilt back. Maybe I'll get dusted in best ball and I'll be forced to do my own mulch again. We shall see. AJ, informed draft season begins. Indeed. Great day to be great. That reminds me, shout out to Ian Harditz, got married. I believe it was yesterday or over the weekend sometime. Can't remember. But Ian Harditz recently betrothed. Shout out to Ian from Fantasy Life. What is up, JGFC? What is up, Steph? What is up, Star Kindler? Yes, Jeff, mulch is a grind, but we are not going to delay too much time talking about mulch. I do need to get some coffee in me, though. Normally, I have had multiple cups of coffee by the time I fire up Best Ball Breakfast, but not so today. This is my first cup of coffee. I've only had water this morning. I've been saving myself from the show, saving myself for this coffee pour. So here we go. I'll let you be the judge on how we do this morning. All right, there we go. We got the coffee. We got the crowd. Like I said, going to be a very fun show today. Getting to talk correlation across all of these drafts. It's obviously been a huge tent pole of Best Ball Mania strategy since I started playing, regularly. I only had a few entries in the first Best Ball Mania, and then I started taking correlating seriously. The lineup that I had finished top 10 with Eric Beimfor and BBM2 was a heavily correlated team. I still remember some of the BBM2 correlations. We had Cowboys and Cardinals correlations on there, which was a dome game. So the world has always been burning. It's just now the public. Everyone's on board with Week 17 now. And I should also mention, I just recorded a video that should go up on the Deposit Kingdom channel tomorrow, all about this kind of macro correlation strategy, how to actually think about the schedule, if we should actually be prioritizing any dome games. Looked at a lot of data, looked at a lot of numbers, also featuring some of Easy sheet in here, trying to actually quantify the boost for correlation. I feel like that's the question that often comes up where people are like, okay, I understand correlating is important. I understand it. But how, to what extent? How much should I be reaching for these stacks? How should I actually go about doing this in my drafts? And that's what this video seeks to package up in a very tight and concise manner. So as always, make sure you guys are subscribed to the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel. It is a separate channel than this. This channel will always have the live streams. I've been working on the independent strategy videos and also doing some draft challenges over on that other channel. So please make sure you guys are subscribed over there. And in that way, you won't miss anything. I've been having a lot of fun doing those videos over there. Go AZ Cardinals thinks all the sharps are drafting this morning. Does not want to be in the draft. What is up? Tyler, coffee bean virgin Pete the Sam. Time to pop his red cup. Oh yeah, that first sip hit hard here. Every team has a dome. Now we forget. Yeah. Star Kidler's draft sheet went viral on when did the draft come out, or the schedule? Was that Wednesday? And Star Kidler put together a cheat sheet that was in the ship chasing channel. And this was just a classic Davis moment. I don't want to throw Star Kidler under the bus. This is more about throwing Davis under the bus. But Davis and everyone was rushing to get out their conditionally formatted playoff schedule grids out on Twitter, just trying to get that sweet, sweet engagement of who can get that first wave of retweets for like, this is the playoff schedule. And so Star Kidler had a few mistakes in his, but of course Davis went full steam ahead, blasting off, tweeting it. And then his mentions were just a disaster. People pointing out where it was wrong, which games weren't actually domes, all of that stuff. So Star Kidler actually performed an incredible service, which was just giving Davis enough rope to hang himself on Twitter as he tried to chase engagement. So I do appreciate that. We do have some nice schedules up at this point, though. There's a few out here that I've been using. This is from our guy 24 Offsuit in the ship chasing Discord. I've been using this one. But one of the other nice things is I now have the overlay here on my actual draft board, thanks to the Brick Draft Caddy, and we are off to the races. In our first draft here in Best Ball Mania, have the 1-6 slot. And I need to get my my bearings here stream-wise for a second. And then we can start talking some drafting. All right, I am on the clock at 1-6. Amon-Ra St. Brown going at 1-5. I will take Justin Jefferson here at 1-6. The only reason I'm taking Justin Jefferson here at 1-6 is because he does play in a dome in Week 17. I would never, ever even fathom taking a player like Tyreek Hill or Jamar Chase who play outdoors. This is exclusively a dome-related pick, not because I love Justin Jefferson and I think he's a value at 1-6. All right, let's see here. One thing that is a bit of a bummer that's schedule-related is that we don't have the buys yet in the app. I really don't know why. It seems like something that should be there already, just to help people avoid simple mistakes of taking, zeros at the onesie positions with their buys. So I did pull up a little cheat sheet here for myself. John Daigle from ETR put these together, just looking at the quarterbacks who have the same bye weeks, the tight ends who have the same bye weeks. So I'm going to keep this up on the side today as we draft, just to make sure we're not accidentally taking on buys, because I feel like we all have the Week 17 schedule memorized at this point, but a lot of us do not have the bye weeks memorized at this point. So I'm going to keep this up as a little handy side gig here. And I believe, I don't know, what number draft is this for me? I'll have to look this up. I think this might be 26 for me. I think this might be my 26th Best Ball Mania draft. I do not know how I got so many of those in, because they were all basically content or cardio club related. But apparently we've been drafting a lot already. What is that? A sixth of my bullets are already in the rearview mirror. That's how fast Best Ball Summer is going. All right, we're about to pick here in the second round. Got some running backs at the top based on ADP, Barkley, JT, Kyren. Looking at the names here, I did tip you guys off in the Best Ball Breakfast Discord when I was hopping in. I do see some familiar faces, lots of badges in here. Could have a piss boy room. Brandon Ayuk, Chris Olave, Devontae Adams. We'll see what Lou and Brew does here. I think you know what? I've been grabbing JT in this range. I think I will continue to grab some JT here and trust that I won't mind the wide receiver I can get in the third round. So we'll do JT a few picks past ADP. So we start Jonathan Taylor and Justin Jefferson here for our first Best Ball Breakfast draft with the NFL schedule. This was another thing I did look at for this video that I recorded was looking at the data for bye weeks, and I have given bye week bros a lot of shit over the years. Unfortunately, they do seem to have the math on their side. Neil Farley did some really good research last year looking at this, and I featured his data for BBM4 in this video. It definitely hurts your advance rates to take players with the same buy at the onesie positions, even at the running back position. Like if you're doing hyper fragile builds, it makes intuitive sense. If you have a week where you have 3 running backs on buy, and you only have 4 total running backs, that's going to very much hurt your advance rates by taking such a low score on that given week. So I will unpack that a bit. I feel like it's the same as like correlating, where it just like doesn't have to be a big deal, right? Like it's not that hard to go out of your way and avoid having double bye weeks at the onesies or whatever. Trev has done 6 cardio club drafts in the last 4 days, and I'm wondering if there's rate back for knee cartilage. Yeah, you got to take yourself easy. There are no rules about how hard the cardio has to be. You could do some low impact cardio. Take it easy on yourself, Trev. Underdog will list the bye weeks. I assume it's like a provider thing and there's just some lag. I don't know why it's not up right now. All right, we are going to pick here. I did envision that I would like a wide receiver that would come back. We see Achane really starting to fall now. I think I'm going to go DK Metcalf here. He's at the top of my ranks. I prefer him to Michael Pittman, even despite having Jonathan Taylor. I'm not going to force correlation with Pittman there. I'm going to take DK Metcalf, get a grown-ass man on this team. And now we can start thinking a little bit about some of our playoff correlations. Obviously, with Indianapolis, we got Tennessee in week 16 and the Giants in week 17. With with Metcalf, we have Chicago in week 17. We do get the week 16 correlation there with Justin Jefferson versus Seattle. And see, this is one of the fun things too of why you don't even have to you don't have to force correlation specifically early. Every once in a while, you'll just make the pick at the top of your board, like I did with DK Metcalf there. And then remember, oh yeah, he plays Justin Jefferson in week 16 there as well. So that's the beauty about correlation, is you are going to stumble upon it organically. You really do not have to force it. And one of the things I mentioned in this video too is I think the simplest way for me to think about correlation, or at least share how I think about correlation, is I just think about it progressively more as the draft progresses. So I'm barely thinking about it through the first 3, 4, 5 rounds. And then I start to think a little bit more about it, more on the team level correlation front. And then by the time I get to the double digit picks, or the triple digit picks, double digit rounds, that's when I'm just correlation. How can I break ties in favor of correlation with all of these later round picks? Because these picks at the top of the board, they're already good players. All of them can succeed in various game environments. They have big roles on their team. They don't necessarily need correlation to hit a ceiling outcome in the way later picks in the draft do. So I think if people make a big mistake with correlating, it's forcing it too much early, where you don't need the correlation benefits early. These guys are going to ball out. Once you select them, they are balling out. That is the thesis of the play. It's the late picks, the more fringe picks, the fragile picks that need the correlated game environments, the unicorn game environments, to really realize their ceiling outcomes. Just trying to see if we have any. We got a 0 RB room going out of the 9 hole. Puka Nacua, Chris Olave, Michael Pittman, George Pickens. Man, I still get sticker shock every time I see that George Pickens price tag. I'm going to have very little George Pickens unless I go out of my way to make that happen. Wide receivers flying off the board here. I could take a value on Jacobs and ETN. This seems, I think I'm going to play with fire a little bit today. We'll grab Josh Jacobs. He plays against Minnesota in week 17. He's also an ADP value, and we will survive, or we will try to survive. We will see if we can avoid getting buried in a wide receiver avalanche here. We started Jonathan Taylor and Josh Jacobs. with Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf. How many players from one team is too many? It's hard to say. I think the cheaper the players are, the more viable it is to have more, is how I would think about it. You could look at, Pat Kerrane's winning Best Ball Mania, 3 lineup, had like 4 Patriots on it, and they were all after round 14, I want to say. Maybe Jacoby Myers was a little bit more expensive. But the cheaper they are, the more viable it is, because you're basically just trying to say, can I hit on a league winner or two from this block? Similar thing would have happened last year with the Texans, right? If you took Singletary, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, CJ Stroud, Dalton Schultz, like all of those guys were cheap. All of them were triple digit plus picks. I think the cheaper they are, the more you can load up. Whereas if I'm paying premiums, for these guys, if I am getting, what would be the best example? If you're doing the premium Eagles stuff, right? Like, then I don't want to necessarily be loading up on a ton of super expensive guys. But I don't know if there's a correct answer for what the max number of players you can have from a team. I would say in general, I probably don't have like more than 5. I think feels like a lot. Like I'm sure there's rosters where I have the quarterback, a running back, and then 3 pass catchers. That I think in Best Ball Mania, that's probably where I'm getting to. I'm sure you could find an example of 6 and being like, okay, yeah, that's fine. So there you go. 5 to 6, I would say, would probably be the max. All right, we are up again. We're definitely going to have to take a wide receiver here. I kind of like McLaurin. I don't have any quarterbacks yet, so I am trying to figure out, what are my late quarterback options. So Terry McLaurin gives me access to Jaden Daniels. I don't mind this price on Pacheco at all, but I think with these 2 running backs, I'm really at risk of going behind. And now I can kind of look at the 2v2s here. So it would have been reaching, or taking a guy like Amari, Keenan, Kirk, Jaden Reed, and then grabbing Pacheco or Josh Jacobs and Terry McLaurin. So that's kind of like the 2v2 there. Let's just say Amari Cooper. So what do we like better? Amari Cooper, Isaiah Pacheco, or Josh Jacobs, Terry McLaurin? That ended up being kind of my 2v2 for running back, wide receiver there. Yeah, I've not taken a ton of Worthy at the beginning of BBM. I've kind of been just I'm not out on him there per se. He was one of my most drafted wide receivers in the big board, and my thesis has kind of been, I don't think he's going to become like a 4th round pick. So I have been just kind of wanting to chill a little bit on his price. I think where I could certainly be wrong is if an expedited decision on Rashee Rice's suspension comes down. Like if Rashee Rice gets a 10-game ban hammer and that comes out tomorrow, it won't. But if it did, then Xavier Worthy will certainly get more expensive right away. But I've kind of just been wanting to see where his price settles and kind of picking my spots there. And I just haven't landed on it organically either. I haven't had like a Mahomes team where it felt like, all right, this is a stack I want to get. But yeah, I'm sure I will get plenty with Shawn. I will have plenty as the season progresses. I guess I need to be, what do I mean by plenty? I certainly will not be underweight Xavier Worthy, but I just have not felt the need to rush to grab him right now. All right, let's see here what we want to do at 6-7. I think we're kind of back in a sweet spot for some wide receivers here. I'm torn because I love getting my elite tight end in George Kittle. I also like the idea of setting up a double stack with Minnesota with Jordan Addison. Yeah, this is a tough spot for me here. I've been doing so many elite tight end teams. Let's try a non-elite tight end team. We kind of already took 2 non-wide receiver picks, right? So let's get a 4th wide receiver. I want to make sure I don't get too far behind here. I think this next tier group here, you got Ladd, Brian Thomas, Godwin, Hopkins. Then you get into the JSN ambiguous tier with Christian Watson, and then it really falls off. So by the next time I pick at 78, that tier could be wiped out in a way where I regret grabbing another non-wide receiver. So using this as an opportunity to build out a potential late round tight end team and kind of leaning into some more Minnesota correlation here, because I don't know if you heard, but they do play in a dome in week 17. I love George Kittle there, though. Thank you, Go AZ Cards. Plus EV watching the stream and hitting the like. If you guys are new here, we do Best Ball Breakfast every Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. I draft a solo team. Shawn Siegele from Rotoviz comes on, the godfather of Zero RB, then Pat Kerrane, the BBM 3 champ, and then hopefully going to keep rotating some other fresh-faced guests in as well. Today, we have Easy from the Deposit Kingdom, a correlation maestro. Thought that would be a perfect guest for today's show. But yeah, Best Ball Breakfast every Monday. All right, we're back on the clock. Godwin does come back, which is kind of interesting. Makes me wonder, do I regret not doing Kittle and then getting Godwin coming back? One thing I also like about Godwin on a team like this where I'm setting up or not going to be able to do elite quarterbacks is having another quarterback option available late. So we now have obviously JJ McCarthy with our Minnesota guys. We got Geno with DK. We got Jaden Daniels with McLaurin and Baker available with Godwin. So this is kind of if I'm not going to be able to get one of these elite quarterbacks, I want to have lots of avenues to stack slate. And the other thing that does is it just kind of takes the pressure off. I think sometimes where it gets tempting to reach for your stacks is when you're like, this is the only stack that I can viably secure without having to really, break glass in the case of an emergency. Whereas if you have 5, 6 potential stacking options, you just let it come to you. All right. Someone reaches for Jaden Daniels. Don't worry about it. We got these other guys chilling here for us late. So I kind of like having that flexibility when I don't have a QB locked up. But the other consideration here is we also could be on a trajectory to have a 3 tight end build as well, right? Because we're not going to have one of those elite tight ends. And then it can just get a little tougher when you know that you have to devote 6 spots to the onesies, because there's a chance right now, like if I go Baker, JJ McCarthy, and Geno, I think that's a fine 3 quarterback room, but it's 3 quarterbacks. And then if I'm not getting a tight end here within the next few rounds, I'm also probably funneled to a 3 tight end build. So that's 6 of my spots there, and I've already drafted 7. So that really leaves just 5 more players. But I think with a JT Jacobs start, I can certainly get away with 5 running backs there, 3 more, and then it would be like 2 more wide receivers. So I'd get to 7 wide receivers. So it'd be like a 3-5-7-3 build is where I'd likely end up on this roster. But we shall see. We shall see. I see some good questions in the chat. Let me make this pick and then I will pull up this comment from Rand Dazzler here. But let me see what I'm going to do at 91. This to me feels pretty firmly like another running back selection. At 8-7, no running backs here within the next 10 picks at ADP. None of these quarterbacks that I need to force. I do have Josh Jacobs, so I could consider Jordan Love, but I have all of those other cheaper quarterbacks in my back pocket. So to me, this seems pretty clearly a running back pick. So looking at the top of the board, I'm just seeing if there's any kind of correlation stuff I should prioritize here. Nothing's really jumping out as a tiebreaker. So I'll just take a guy that I like a lot here in Jaylen Warren right at ADP. And again, with this build, if I potentially go another running back within the next round or two, I'm not opposed to a 4 running back build with JT, Josh Jacobs, Jaylen Warren, and another good running back. So we shall see. But this is certainly feeling like a 3 quarterback room and potentially a 3 tight end room. I did want to just hit this one real quick because it's a topic right now with the schedule. What's your take on trying to get different player combos early? I feel like that is stretching things. Yeah, I said this in the video that's going to come out tomorrow. but I'm pro unique player combos, but in August, like once you have a rounded out portfolio, once the ADPs have settled, then you can go in and kind of analyze. This stuff hasn't naturally came to me, and I would really like to have X pairing in my portfolio. In those scenarios, I don't mind going out and getting it, but there's a lot of risks when you don't do that. All right, so what I am going to do here, I'm going to take Jaden Daniels. I want Jaden Daniels for flexibility purposes, because I do think by taking Jaden Daniels, I could potentially have a parachute out of a 3 quarterback build. I think I could end up potentially with a 2 QB build if I want. I get him stacked up. It also just gives me 1 quarterback in my room with significant single week upside. Guys like Geno, JJ McCarthy, Baker, I think they're fine. They're cromulent, but I don't know if they're going to give me access to a 30-point single game ceiling. So I like Jaden Daniels here as a really flexible piece just for roster construction purposes. I can go 3 quarterbacks. I can potentially go 2. I do not have to be as stressed about dialing up those specific stacks. But yeah, on the combos front, the other thing that happens too is ADPs move on us, right? Like it's fucking May, training camp, injuries, just player sentiment, steam, etc. It is going to change these ADPs, and that can burn you where you're reaching for what you think is a unique stack, but then it actually becomes chalk that's just correlated by ADP. Like, let's just say, as an example, last year, everyone's favorite, Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb. Let's say that at the start of drafting season, Amon-Ra St. Brown was going like mid round 2, right? And let's say everyone was galaxy braining to reach for Amon-Ra with CeeDee Lamb at the 1-2 turn because they really wanted that. And they're like, yes, I'm getting a unique pairing. They're correlated in week 17. But then because there's steam, Matthew Berry names Amon-Ra St. Brown his flag plant of the year, his guy on national television at the game in Canton, which actually did happen. And Amon-Ra then pushes up to the 1-2 turn. And now you're like, shit, I thought I was being so clever. I thought I was being so unique, reaching. And it's like, well, guess what? Now everyone who hops into a Best Ball Mania draft and drafts off of ADP is naturally getting this combo. And it's going to be one of the most frequented combos in the entire contest. And so it's not to say avoid that combo because it's chalk. It's just to say whatever uniqueness boost you thought you might be getting, that might not be there as ADP shift. All right, we're about to pick at 10-7. Here's the team through 9 rounds. We got Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Jalen Warren at running back. Jaden Daniels stacked up with Terry McLaurin. The other wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin. I'm trying to think. There's a few different ways I would like to go here. I do see Brian Robinson correlated at the very top, but I think in the same way, I want to get some upside at tight end. I think I am going to grab Brock Bowers here, who has slid well past ADP to pick 115. And Brock Bowers was an interesting guy because I talked about him in my Fallers video where his early ADP in the big board, right? He was like a 7th round pick. And it was like, holy shit, his ADP needs to cool out based on where he went, the expectations with the Raiders, the fact that they do already have another tight end there. And I even said in that video, I will be willing to buy back in at Brock Bowers when that price is cooled. I will say his ADP at 100 feels fine to me now that he's dropped, 30 plus picks. And then he's going to slip beyond that to pick 115. I'm excited about Brock Bowers at that price. I know Shawn Siegele is incredibly excited about Brock Bowers at that price. I mean, if Shawn was in this draft with me, he probably would have had us draft Brock Bowers, 3 rounds ago. So I like this where I thought I was on a trajectory of being forced into a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end build just by complete necessity. Now I think I have wiggled out of that constraint with the single week upside of Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers, who I think both can be difference makers at the position, specifically toward the end of the season when it matters the most here. So I kind of like how this has broke for me with Jaden at 102 and Brock Bowers at 115. Thank you, Bindles. Gifted 5 Peter Overzet memberships. Appreciate that very much, Bindles. I know Bindles has been streaming on a couple of different YouTube channels. Be sure to check him out when you guys get a chance. Thank you again, Bindles. Good morning, sacrilegious. This feels like it should be a new Patriot slogan. It's fucking May or it's fucking May. You audio listeners can't see the E there. All right, we are back on the clock here. Man, this is kind of a gross tier range. There's nothing I really need to do quarterback-wise here. Man, this is not a very fun range. Man, I think this is going to be, I guess I'm just going to take Josh Palmer. I don't know why. Yeah, that was not a fun range for me there. I felt like I want to keep some running back picks in my back pocket. I think if I use a running back pick there, then it's like, man, I've basically run out of capital. Ideally, I would have had, a second tight end I like there, but I have options later. The quarterbacks didn't make sense for me. My Geno stuff, my McCarthy, my Baker, that's all later. Palmer gives me yet another out to a quarterback if the room really wants to push Herbert. So I will grab Palmer. Not the exact archetype I would want in a room like this that already has a lot of veteran wide receivers on it. Palmer, I think, fits better where you end up with the Ladd McConkeys, the Keon Colemans, guys who might start a little slower and you want some of that production. So yeah, I don't love that pick, but I don't really know what otherwise I could have done. I could have taken Nick Chubb, I guess. Maybe this would have been a Nick Chubb team. I've been basically practicing patience with Nick Chubb. My thought is he's going to continually get cheaper, especially when he opens up the season on PUP, and knowing that the market will kind of double count that and react to that. But maybe that should have been a chance to just grab Nick Chubb there at pick 126 with an ADP of 109, especially on a room where you have JT, Josh Jacobs, Jalen Warren. Maybe you can sit on that or eat those zeros early. But yeah, that was a tough spot. I don't know. I didn't love anything there. Chris says, I've chilled on Ladd after the big board. Where do you think he settles by July? I think there's a decent range of outcomes for him. He could certainly be a guy who gets all of the training camp buzz. I could really see that. On the other hand, I could see more casuals coming in, not necessarily being as enthused about him. He also is a guy who I think is going to benefit when projections really start to come out, when rankings get fine-tuned by projections. Everyone, the target share people are going to project for Ladd McConkey is going to be pretty juicy. And I think that will kind of result in a fairly bullish projection by necessity. All right, we are about to pick at 139, and Chubb is still on the board. Is this where I get a Chubb share? Nick Chubb does go. Any love for a Marshawn Lloyd handcuff? I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to force it. I would definitely do it at a discount. This is such an interesting spot because I was not envisioning the Herbert stuff just with my other stacks, but this kind of feels like how I can for sure get out of a 3 quarterback build. We took the Joshua Palmer pick. I'm going to take Herbert. This goes back to just showing when you have so many outs at quarterback. I already saw in my mind's eye, this team was Geno Smith, JJ McCarthy, and Baker Mayfield. I was like, that's this quarterback room. And then flash forward to the end of round 12, and it has Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert on it. But this is now a 2 quarterback room, and I'm going to have some more flexibility with running back, wide receiver, tight end selections. And now we can start to think a little bit here about are kind of correlating off of our main stack. So the Chargers play New England in week 17 and Denver in week 16. We did get a little week 15 bring back there. I am not going to go out of my way of highlighting week 15 bringbacks, but whatever, this is the first show post schedule, so we will. And then of course with Washington, we have that week 17 game against Atlanta. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get an Atlanta bring back. What would you need? Maybe, actually, Algier. That wouldn't be a bad one here. So let's see. This is actually kind of a fun spot where we could do Chandler, Polk, or Algier. I think there's viability, but I think we just play the ADP game here. This is another thing of like getting the benefits of correlation across the team. Like, it doesn't always have to be a bring back. Like when you think about the concept of a bring back, and I should just say I took Ty Chandler at pick 150 here as my fourth running back because I had Justin Jefferson on this team. Like when you think about the bring back correlations, if you take a one-off week 17 bring back or week 16 bring back, you're basically saying, yes, you want them to be a hit for the whole season. That's kind of how you have your cake and eat it too. But you're ideally saying they pop off in this specific week. And the thesis is this specific game environment. But when you correlate on a team level, you can get those benefits for every single round of the tournament. Round 1, weeks 1 through 13 or 14. Round 2, weeks 15. Round 3, week 16. Round 4, week 17, that teammate correlation. If JJ McCarthy and this Vikings team and this offense is better than expected, you can reap those correlation benefits across every round of the tournament instead of just one specific round. So that's one way I do kind of like the idea of leaning into team level correlation as the kind of primary objective, and then going down the ladder of week 17, week 16 bringbacks. Chief Smoke says, I like Chandler in this range because Jones is going to get hurt at some point. It's inevitable. I wish I had the same level of confidence as you with my contingent upside bets. But yeah, I mean, that's the thesis for a selection like Ty Chandler is that he can get there in a couple of ways. What if it is more of a 60-40 backfield? I don't think that's the most likely thing. I do think the most likely thing is Aaron Jones fully leads this backfield. But what if? We do not know. Aaron Jones is an older running back who changed teams. It could be closer to a committee than we division, or there could be contingent upside, or Ty Chandler, just through his own efficiency, could have a spike week, even with Aaron Jones still healthy. So I think when you get in this range, there's lots of paths for these secondary backs to have a value or a role specifically within the fantasy playoffs, and you're not having to pay a big premium for it either. Yeah, Hawkinson, he's another one for me, kind of like Chubb. I think if I was setting up for sure the McCarthy team, I think I might have maybe considered him a bit more. All right, let's see here. We do have a couple of tight end options, although maybe we could push those to the next round here. It would be nice to get a little rookie wide receiver upside here. How do we want to play this? I think we're going to live a little ADP wise here. So Jermaine Burton is the top of the queue here. I think Luke McCaffrey with his draft capital should be in a relatively same tier. And because I have Jaden Daniels, to me, this pushes Luke McCaffrey up as the correlating preference there. And now I have kind of the double stack there with Jaden Daniels. There's a chance that Luke McCaffrey doesn't come back here to 174. And at that point, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Jermaine Burton, slightly prefer him, slightly higher ADP. But those are kind of the exact spots that I want to put my thumb on the correlation lever. You might prefer Jermaine Burton, but if we're all being honest with ourselves, he's in a similar tier as far as his probabilities to hit as Luke McCaffrey. You might prefer him as a prospect. You might prefer the situation. I get that. But that seems like a spot where I am willing to eat a round of ADP to kind of get that double stack. I've already made such a big bet on Jaden Daniels being him that Luke McCaffrey feels like a great pick to come along for the ride there. Yeah, back to the Hawkinson thing. Tyler says Hawk will miss a lot more time than Chubb, so you have to spend a lot on tight end early to float him, or you go 3 with 2 cheap dudes just filling non-zeros. I do think that put me in a tough spot with the Bowers pick, right? Where it's like Bowers, maybe he's a little slow out of the gate. Then you're taking zeros from Hawk. Then you're forced into a 3 tight end build there. I think you could have made it work, but it just didn't jump out to me as being exactly what this team needed. Is the Sinnott fall real? Where did he go here? He went at 161. I would have definitely taken Sinnott at 163. He was on a rocket ship there, ADP wise, for a week. What was his ADP right there? He was at 151. So yeah, he fell 10 picks past ADP. I saw someone in the Deposit Kingdom in the Hand Builders channel. What did they post? He got him at 186. H-Town Bearcat in the Discord got him at 186. So he has been falling a little bit. All right. I'm glad I waited on tight end. I now have kind of 2 options here. Juwan Johnson, Cade Otton. I just prefer Juwan Johnson. We get a little week 17 correlation here with Juwan Johnson and Brock Bowers in that same dome game. And then the Saints also play Green Bay in week 16 and Washington in week 15. Normally, I do think like I break ties in favor of the teammate correlation. Like, hey, let's just stack up the Bucks without Baker. So pair Cade Otton with Godwin. But for me, I just prefer Juwan Johnson to Brock Bowers to Cade Otton, just as a player and what I think his kind of true upside is relative to Cade Otton, who essentially just had 1 good game last year and isn't going to give you much after the catch. So yeah, and now I think, how funny is this that I spent so much time in the middle or at the beginning of this draft thinking this is going to be a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end team. And I think I still could do 3 tight ends here. I could still do 3 quarterbacks too, but I now have the flexibility that this could be a 2 quarterback, 2 tight end team. I don't think there would be any problem with Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert and Brock Bowers and Juwan Johnson. I think you could live with that, but I think I've now opened myself up to kind of have a luxury pick. So I don't have to force something positionally. I can just see which player fits in best, which player I like fits in best. Team needs an eliminator ass tight end for this room. Yeah, if you missed it last week on the club on Tuesday with Clay and Andy, we did an eliminator team. And if you do want to like get all of those eliminator ass picks out of your system, I highly recommend doing an eliminator draft. I loaded in. So ETR has eliminator specific rankings, which I assume is just something where they say, let's take, Leone's Love of the Olds and like, send it up to supercharge it, boost all those olds. And you'll get a fun eliminator ass team. I drafted Adam Thielen. You want to know how alive you can feel in an eliminator? You have permission to draft Adam Thielen. That's what that format opens up for you. I prefer Adam Thielen in eliminators. I'm going on the record with that. Cade Otton, a man of cardboard roof. Noah Fant could definitely make sense for this team. Look at all these quarterbacks and tight ends at the top of the board here. So we have 3 more picks. I basically think one's a running back, one's a wide receiver, and then one's kind of a luxury. Do we go a 3rd quarterback or 3rd tight end? We could do we do just Noah Fant here? Do Noah Fant as our 3rd tight end, and we get that 2nd stack without the quarterback? I think that's probably the play. Brock, Juwan, and Fant. Because I don't think like Baker or McCarthy bring enough to this team to justify going the 3rd quarterback, where I could actually see using Noah Fant's tight end score there. So we're going to go Noah Fant at pick 187, right at ADP. So through 16 rounds, we got Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert. We got Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Jalen Warren, Ty Chandler. Wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin, Joshua Palmer, Luke McCaffrey. 3 tight ends, Brock Bowers, Juwan Johnson, and Noah Fant. So I can now kind of think through what does this team need to land the plane? It's going to be 1 running back, 1 wide receiver. From a stacking perspective, it would be nice to get a bring back for the Chargers in week 17. I guess we could potentially entertain a bring back with Rondale Moore. You know, he could be kind of a fun last round pick. Let's get a correlation with Jaden Daniels in this double stack. I also don't think I necessarily need to force it. Who do the Chargers play week 16? Is it Denver? Yeah, Denver. I don't know if there's anything there to force specifically. This room, I guess, maybe a little lighter on rookies, but the rookies that I did get all fill a valuable role. You know, Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers giving me onesie upside late, which is hard to come by. You know, we talk about elite quarterback, elite tight end. You're generally needing to do that through 6-7 rounds. There's only a handful of onesies outside of those, top 70 picks who could threaten, realistically, an elite quarterback ceiling, an elite tight end ceiling. So I do love what Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers do for this team. And then we also grabbed Luke McCaffrey as just a stacking partner there with Jaden Daniels. So was kind of hoping that Demario Douglas would come back. Running back wise here, I've been taking a little bit of Deontay Foreman of late, but I don't know if I love him with this specific team. Man, I think I'll just take Eli Mitchell. There's not a lot of inspiration here for this pick other than getting a 5th running back. Eli Mitchell is another guy whose ADP has just dropped massively after the draft. I thought it should drop based on them drafting Gruendo and that other guy. Rest in peace, that other guy whose name I can't remember. But at this point, I think the contingent upside thesis is still there. And when I have guys like JT Jacobs, Warren Chandler, I think I can just sit on a pure contingent guy. There was no correlation, rhyme or reason to that one, other than knowing I kind of wanted to get to 5 running backs. And now we can kind of figure out a last wide receiver pick. Do I have any live teams in the dance? That is a good question. Let me go look. I do not think I do. I didn't draft a ton, but I don't think my portfolio is doing that well. Let's see. The dance, I had 8 entries. It's only the top advances, right? This was the hardest one. This is the 1 out of 10. Yeah, this is the 1 out of 10. It does not look like I'm advancing. It looks like I have 1 team that bubbled. Ooh, 1 team that lost by 50 points. Sorry, no teams advancing. Looks like this team would have been dead anyways with the Knicks losing. So I'll survive. All right, I'm about to pick. One of the nice things about having the draft caddy in here is it can highlight some of these picks here that you might otherwise forget. And I was ready to kind of like Galaxy Brain a bring back with Rondale Moore, who had already gone anyways as a bring back to my Washington stack. I kind of like DJ Chark here, honestly. I took Herbert. He is a guy that I would prefer to double stack as opposed to just single stack. I missed out on Quentin Johnston. Some might say you never miss out on Quentin Johnston, that is a blessing, not a thing to be upset about. But I think DJ Chark in the last round to get my double stack there with Justin Herbert makes a decent amount of sense. So we finished this team with a 2-5-8-3 build. Yeah, I see the chat talking about Kendrick Bourne. This is kind of the spot where if I felt like I had already locked down, say I had Ladd McConkey and Joshua Palmer, and I felt good about where my double stack was at. But to me, I feel like getting to a double stack with Herbert, a guy who isn't going to run a lot, who, if he is a league winner at this price, is probably going to be doing it by throwing a shit ton of touchdowns. Well, DJ Chark, one of our generation's great, better in best ball plays, I'd rather just lean into the bigger bet I've already made, which kind of goes back to what I was saying, right? When I take DJ Chark, I can reap the benefits of that stack in the regular season, in 15 and 16 and 17. When I take Kendrick Bourne, I'm essentially saying I'm most likely only going to reap the correlation benefits in a single week as a bring back. So those are the spots. Like if Demario Douglas was there, I prefer Demario Douglas to both Kendrick Bourne and DJ Chark. I think I would have been happy to select him there, but then I'm not necessarily going to force a bring back if there's a better team level bet there. So let's recap this team here. Then we're going to have Shawn Siegele swinging by in the next few minutes to draft with us here. Today's date, 5/20. We have a best ball breakfast team. It's a 2-5-8-3 with Washington and LAC. I should also mention, I'm sure you guys saw the announcement. We do have Underdog Cardio Club back for 2024. There is a video on the Underdog Drafts account that highlights the rules. I also asked them to make a graphic with the rules as well, so you don't have to like dig through the video to make notes on that. That should be coming out soon. I also wrote about it in my newsletter as well. This is a free newsletter I do every week. It is a mix of fantasy football, stuff I'm into, sometimes health and fitness. We're doing a book club, just kind of a hodgepodge of whatever I'm interested in. I drop this in your inbox for free every Friday morning. It's the P.O. Box. I'll drop the link in the chat right now. But yeah, I wrote about Underdog Cardio Club for this year. I actually got a new assault bike here to do Underdog Cardio Club drafts. And the reason I thought of it is because I did my first official one on Saturday there. But yeah, all of the rules and stuff can be found in that video in this post that I will also drop in the chat here. But let's recap this team. We've discussed most of it by now. It was certainly kind of a surprise. You know, sometimes you plot out these teams in your head, and it is, I think it's important. You know, I did that video where I talked about like reverse engineering your draft. And I think it is important to know the potential avenues of how this team logically concludes or makes sense, or how do you make this team work based on your early picks while still remaining flexible. And I think that's what I did in this one, where I was almost convinced this was going to be a late 3-quarterback team. I knew who the quarterbacks were. And then it's like, you know what? Jaden Daniels is here at ADP, and I like the flexibility that gives me. And then I take Joshua Palmer and Justin Herbert falls around past ADP. And I'm like, I kind of like the flexibility this gives me, and end up on a different path with 2 QBs that I did not specifically envision to be on this team. But I like having a bunch of options, and then you can really let the draft come to you because you're not trying to force one specific avenue. So this is the final team in the books here. We ended up with a 2-5-8-3. We have Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert at quarterback. We have 5 running backs: Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Jalen Warren, Ty Chandler, and Eli Mitchell. Our wide receivers: Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin, Joshua Palmer, Luke McCaffrey, DJ Chark, and then 3 tight ends: Brock Bowers, Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant. There were a couple picks here where I felt a little paralyzed in that I didn't have a slam dunk run to the podium selection. The first one was Joshua Palmer. That one I kind of got bailed out on because he ended up being an avenue to a Justin Herbert backdoor stack. And so that kind of ended up being a fun thing to do with Herbert. The other pick was just Eli Mitchell. I didn't have any kind of correlation angles I was using for that pick. I didn't have anything really standing out to me there. That was kind of an uninspired pick. I think it's fine, but I just didn't have like a very good reason for clicking him other than wanting a 5th running back and him feeling like the less offensive of those options. But otherwise, I think with this room, you know, we have a ton of correlation, right? So we have the Jaden Daniels double stack with Luke McCaffrey and Terry McLaurin. We have the Justin Herbert double stack with Joshua Palmer and DJ Chark. We have a teammate pairing in Ty Chandler and Justin Jefferson. We have a DK Metcalf, Noah Fant double stack without it. We have a Brock Bowers, Juwan Johnson, week 17 correlation there. And yeah, so we ended up getting a decent amount of correlation on this team, and then just a few one-off uncorrelated pieces here as well. Jaylen Warren in the mix here, Chris Godwin. So yeah, maybe not the most beautifully correlated team. I think the team we drafted on Ship Chasing the other night had a lot more fun correlations in there, but was able to build a structure I'm comfortable with, get some good prices here, and also get some unique double stacks, right? I know a lot of my early double stacks with Jaden Daniels were the backdoor with Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott. So getting a Jaden Daniels with Terry McLaurin seems fun here. And then same with Herbert. I've taken a decent amount of Herbert, I want to say, but a lot of it has been with Ladd McConkey or Quentin Johnston. So doing a Joshua Palmer, DJ Chark double stack is definitely unique for me as far as the Herbert doubles. Out of curiosity, why is Steven Seagal on a best ball show? I know it is crazy. I don't know how I was able to book him. The fact that Steven Seagal had enough time in between making movies to actually discover zero RB is actually incredible. So yeah, we will be having Steven Seagal coming on in the next 5 minutes here. I need some more coffee though. Hoosiers just did his first draft with the help of the draft caddy. Yeah, I highly recommend it if you're doing a lot of drafts on your desktop. It is a Chrome extension. I believe it works for Mozilla as well. The draftcaddy.com, you add the Chrome extension, and then you can basically go in to the settings and you can select which stuff you want in these columns. So there's some default stuff here. So I'm just doing like week 15, 16, 17. As we go later in the season, I might change this and do my exposures. I'm going to put my personal exposures in there just to kind of see where I'm at. Right now, I don't really care about my exposures. I will kind of as the season progresses. And then the other nice thing, these are just the default options in the Draft Caddy. You can actually upload whatever information you want into these three columns and then upload your own CSV to overlay there. So that's always an option as well. If you have other data you'd like to display, I just find right now having the schedule up there is very nice. And you know, what's so funny, we mentioned the bye weeks, and I did not double check that my bye weeks were covered, but I am okay here. Jaden Daniels, week 14 bye week. And then my Justin Herbert selection there. What bye week does he have? Week 5. And then my tight end bye weeks, we had Brock Bowers there. He is paired with Noah Fant, but luckily we have the Juwan Johnson as the third tight end there with a separate bye week. So going 3 tight ends there and not doing just Brock Bowers, Noah Fant. So you take that 0, that worked out. But Underdog, we're begging you, can you please get the bye weeks in there so we don't have to accidentally make any careless mistakes there. All right. I am going to pour myself some coffee, and we are going to bring on Mr. Shawn Siegele. It is time, guys, for the Best Ball Banana Stand. All right, Shawn, welcome back. This is the Best Ball Banana Stand. We draft a Best Ball Mania 5 team here every Monday morning on the Pete Overs at YouTube channel. And then we also post the audio on the Best Ball Banana Stand podcast feed over on the RotoViz airwaves. Shawn, hope you had a great weekend. The schedule is here, and I'm excited to draft with you.
The schedule is here, and it's been a lot of fun to look through some of these teams that benefit and some of them that don't. I think it's pretty exciting. There are a handful of teams where now paying up for those elite QBs becomes a little bit more enticing. And I think probably the only team that we were pretty excited about that gets hurt by the schedule, and some of it I think we had to anticipate, but certainly Pittsburgh there in week 17, maybe not the most fun game if you're hoping for a huge shootout for Xavier Worthy and Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm probably looking to place those guys sort of one at a time into my different rosters. But yeah, this is fabulous.
Yeah. How do you, we've been talking a lot, since the schedule came out, and it's kind of this whole thing of how much do we factor this in? Because I think sometimes there's a tendency to overplay trying to predict the good game environments, as opposed to just using the schedule and the concept of correlation to be like, we don't have to guess which game is going to go off. We are just going to build around the players we like and then correlate around them and say, if this game environment goes off, we get to capture those benefits. So how much are you willing to tilt your exposures to specific playoff schedules, to specific teams who may have benefited in your mind from the NFL schedule?
Well, one of the elements that for me is pretty big is I think you have to play this season, or you should at least be thinking about playing this season as a window QB type of season. And maybe even a window QB with a couple of late QBs, and create a variety of pathways, and also minimize your overall QB expenditure. Certainly, if you want to pay a lot for tight ends, you need to have some way to offset that. We want to get those wide receivers up front. And yet, when you have those guys in the first couple of rounds that really make sense from the receiver perspective, and then the quarterback comes to you in a situation where now you really feel strongly that the game has at least shootout potential. It has a chance to win you the entire tournament, which most of the edges and most of the things we're thinking about in terms of week 16, week 17 are really going to be pretty minor / lucky or random in terms of how they pay off. But if there are some situations like that where we could really see it, and the players are also the guys there. I mean, if you have the right player in the right situation and that shifts your quarterback thinking a little bit on a certain number of teams, then I think I like to attack that a lot more than I did a week ago when I didn't know what some of those potential scoring environments were going to be. And then kind of as we move through it the rest of the way, I think we're looking at small moves to make sure we have some of the things game stacked up. One of the things I noticed as I was perusing the schedule is that we backed into a pretty nicely week 16, week 17 game stacked group there with our Cincinnati Bengals squad.
I should pull this one up here. Which team was this? Was this a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
Last week, yeah.
Last week. As I get this pulled up, I should also mention I was thinking of you when the schedule came out, because I thought one of the big winners, just from they're not going to have any weather risk with their playoff games, is the Las Vegas Raiders. They're the only team who play all 3 of their playoff games in a dome, 2 at home, 1 on the road in week 17 against the Saints. And I was thinking, just another little feather in the Brock Bowers cap there. No weather issues for him down the stretch.
Yeah, if we end up with the highest exposure for Bowers of any player, that could go very wrong. We were hoping for Sam Laporta, even at the higher price there, it could go very, very right.
Yeah, I just drafted him on the first stream, 10 picks past ADP. I got him at like pick 114. So yeah, that was working out well. Let me pull this up before we hop in and draft. I do just want to look at this team because it is always fun to check out some of those things that you accidentally stumbled upon there. So you mentioned we got Joe Burrow here in this double stack, and they play Denver in week 17. So who did we get there? Oh yeah, we had the Troy Franklin. Was there anything else on this one that we backed into?
Well, I believe we have the week 16 Jerry Jeudy there as well.
Ooh, okay. There you go. I love that. And I mentioned this on the first show. I happened into a correlation right out of the gate without even recognizing it. The beauty of correlation too is, like, if you do have a bunch of different stacks or a bunch of different players, like, you are going to organically land on correlation there, which goes to show you don't have to go out of your way to force it, because you're going to get it naturally, and then you can use it as a tiebreaker, and we can build in more correlation now. But it is fun to go back and see that you hit on it accidentally with some of these.
Yeah, and when I think that the Bengals Broncos game is, for me, maybe the most sneaky fun week 17 matchup, because now I think we can really dream on some of that Bo Nix enthusiasm. We talked about drafting him at the very end last week. We pointed out that we can probably get him anytime that we want, maybe get him, when you do sort of inadvertently draft a Cortland Sutton. But I think that game now has the potential to really score. One of the things that's just so tricky is we don't know who that Broncos running back is going to be. And that's a backfield where I do think that if you're going to attack it heavily, maybe your August drafts, maybe even the last, 15, 20 drafts that you do right now, it's so unclear, but one or two running backs out of Denver are going to really score. So the flip side of that would be that if you think that they're substantially discounted right now, including some of the guys that may not go at all, then you can add that in as an 18th round pick. And you've got some differentiation from some of the other teams that are drafted at this time as well, if you're trying to beat them in terms of the drafters who are savvy and building some of those teams now that we won't get several months from now.
For sure. Yeah, I like that a lot. And I did hop us in a Best Ball Mania draft here. We are drafting from the 11 spot. Last week, were we the 10, I want to say?
Last week we were 12. Before we were 10. I think that we've been drafting 10, 11, 12. So we're going to get this. Well, we should get this area of the draft down.
Yeah, we got Marvin Harrison Jr. last week. The week before that, we got Garrett Wilson and Jahmyr Gibbs. And then what were we? Is this only our third draft together on Best Ball Breakfast, Shawn?
Maybe that's like we've done 3, but maybe it's just the 2 so far.
Yeah, I think this is just our third here. So yeah, it's funny, man. I keep seeing you see the Marvin Harrison stuff over the weekend. I know if you don't know if you saw it first, he didn't go to the NFL rookie premiere because he hasn't signed his deal with the NFLPA. And then he has this lawsuit from Fanatics. And I'm like, I know this stuff doesn't matter, but the vibes just haven't been good around Marvin Harrison. And I'm like, and he's a guy we're taking at the 1-2 turn. And I know you were already a little queasy about that ADP. I am starting to just get a little hesitant these days.
Yeah, I don't care for it, but like last week, if you're in the 12th spot, you get a little bit of exposure there.
Yeah. So we're at the 11th spot today. Garrett Wilson goes early here. He goes at 8. Don't often see that. I think that's perfectly justifiable though. So we will, looking at ADP, you got Breece Hall, Puka, AJ Brown, Gibbs here. I do have Sean's RotoViz ranks loaded in as well. So we'll be kind of toggling back and forth from those, trying to make sure we're getting ADP value and rankings value here. Any thoughts, Shawn, about where we're going to be as Breece Hall comes off the board and kind of how you like to navigate this 1-2 turn as Gibbs comes off the board? So we are looking now at Puka, AJ Brown. What do you think?
I think this is probably a Puka draft. I've been trying to balance him and Garrett Wilson in this spot. The Rams as well, I think, have an interesting full playoff schedule there where potentially, there are some elements with the defense, but you look at the possibility for those games to really shoot out. And even if you have an opposing defense that is good, I think both offenses can put through it, specifically looking at getting through that week 15 game with him. As we get back on here, again, for me, this is almost always either London or Olave, and it's just a matter of balance.
Yep. Let's go ahead and do London on this one. Just kind of playing it as the ADP, knowing when we're picking in the middle round, we'll be able to get more Chris Olave in those spots is generally how I like to play it. And then, if we wake up in August and we're like, holy cow, we have way too much London, then you can start tilting it. I know in general, you are very content to load up on your guys as opposed to think about balancing necessarily your portfolio. At what point do you start to even kind of consider that kind of stuff of being like, yeah, I want a mixture of these two?
Well, especially in the first 2 or 3 rounds and maybe the first 18 picks. And one of the things too, once you get out of those guys in the top 5 or 6 slots where you sort of look at them as true round 1 selections, then I think we want to be balanced through that next sort of round, middle of 1 to the middle of 2. It's flat enough. It's uncertain enough from the perspective of who's going to end up having the upside, who's going to be the guy who a year from now we're thinking, well, maybe that guy could be the 104, the 105. I don't think we want to be too heavy, or at least for me, I think that those players are all flat enough that I do want to go ahead and just get the exposures to them so I'm not low on the player from there who ends up being the guy that you had to have. When we talk about league winners or tournament winners from the front, it's a little bit more difficult than, you get a guy who scores a huge number of points in 5 and 6, 7, what have you. but certainly you don't want to hit a really high exposure to someone who goes out in week 1, and you don't want to be fairly empty on the guy who plays the whole season and then benefits from, what happens maybe in that playoff run.
For sure. Yeah. And I think, and it's understanding, in the early rounds, right, there are so many good players, so many people you want exposure to. And maybe in your opinion, there are there could be a couple landmines, guys I'm completely okay full fading, but then you're essentially putting these 5 guys in this tier and saying, I don't want to have 100% of one of these guys and then 0 of the others. And then as you move through the draft, the opportunity cost becomes less and less, to where the player targets stand out even more probably from the pack. And that's where you're really willing to get overweight, because you're like, this guy should not be a 10th round pick. He is not unlike or like any of these other 9th, 10th, or 11th round picks around him. That's when I really want to go overweight. I feel like those opportunities are fewer and far between in rounds 1 and 2.
Exactly. And as I'm looking there, at London, he gives you a couple of interesting quarterback plays that you can use with him at reasonable prices. One of the things that's nice about going Puka London there is that you are going to get the option of playing quarterbacks that, if the thesis plays out for Nacua or London, then it has a much better chance of playing out for those quarterbacks who are not going to cost you a lot.
Yep, for sure. That is kind of the one fun thing too about some of those early selections. I had a draft just before this where I had so many outs with, Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield and JJ McCarthy. And it is kind of nice to know you have those guys in your back pocket, because it really just opens up what you can do in those middle rounds specifically. We are about to pick here at 311. We got Puka and Drake London. Based on ADP, Derrick Henry, Josh Allen, Cooper Kupp. Derrick Henry does go. We got some of those same wide receivers we like here, Zay, T. Higgins. What do you think the way is? Or do we set up a double stack with the Rams?
Let's go with McBride right here.
Okay. All right. I like this. So this is playing with the week 17 correlation here, making sure that the turn doesn't get that. And I assume then feeling more flexible with what wide receivers are going to come back.
Right. I like all the options at receiver there. I don't know that the drafter at the turn would have wanted McBride with Harrison, but that's the reason I wanted to grab him before the turn there, as you kind of mentioned. So we've taken a lot of Flowers and Higgins already. I was thinking that if Kupp did come back through, and that was the other side of it with the drafter at the turn there, that we would take him. But I think I do really like both of these guys. Flowers with the ADP advantage is probably the move.
Yeah, let's do Flowers here. To your point, I think it was in a draft. I think it was last week with Kerrane. The Marvin Harrison drafter did take McBride at the 3-4 turn there. So that's definitely something that will happen. I think I would have guessed that Kupp, if we wanted Kupp as the main priority, then I would have thought he would have had he would have been the least likely to come back around. But I do think we could have lost on McBride. And my guess is your priorities for this team were McBride, then Kupp, then another wide receiver. So let's just go get McBride.
And one of the issues that we're running into, and probably, like you say, we would have been okay there at the turn and would have had other tight options. But if we don't take a tight end at the 3-4 turn area there, then that really strong tier that I think ideally in most drafts, certainly not every draft, but you would want to get one of those tight ends. You have McBride, Kincaid, and Andrews go in that back half of the 4th, first half of the 5th range. They don't get back to us, and then we're scrambling a little bit. Obviously, there's not tons of pressure, but that was kind of the other thing I was thinking with tight end, where last week's draft, we ended up, really it was the first draft, but then last week's draft again, we took 2 of the guys from maybe that second tier as opposed to getting one from the first, and then not having as much pressure to get guys in the second.
Yeah, that's a good point, where in these rooms, you could certainly see a run there where you get boxed out on the elite tight ends. The other thing now too is we often have liked a couple of the running backs at the 5-6 turn there now. So we have a little bit more flexibility there. We could certainly grab a wide receiver faller. You could go bully tight end if one of those falls, and potentially having some running back values there. So I do like how that broke for us. Have you selected George Pickens at all in any of your drafts with this 4th round price tag?
I haven't. And as I was trying to work through my takeaways from the schedule release, like, maybe he becomes not appealing, but more appealing with the Chiefs element there. Dude, I spent the entire offseason in Dynasty trying to get rid of every single George Pickens share. And it's not that I think he's going to have a bad career or that he's done or that any of that, but they have a lot of questions at quarterback, at coordinator. He's got a lot of questions in terms of his ability to really be able to replicate what he did in those blow-up games at the end of last season. I think we have a little bit of a peak price in a variety of formats. If you get, and one of the things too is that I think that once you get out of that Flowers, Higgins tier, then there are a lot of guys who are similar to it. I mean, I don't necessarily think he's a worse pick than Amari Cooper or Christian Kirk. And I don't think those guys are necessarily bad picks either. It's just not really the way that I like to play it in terms of getting receivers that I think don't have that ability to jump into round 2 next year.
Yeah.
The individual game upside, I mean, we saw from Cooper and Pickens just last season. I mean, obviously, if someone has the theory that they could win you the whole tournament, and that's basically already been demonstrated. So we can't sell them from that perspective, but from the full season perspective, those aren't guys that I'm necessarily that high on.
Yeah. And I think the interesting thing with Pickens, because I've been the same way, have not been selecting him and then thinking it does, like, if he fails at this ADP, could it potentially mean that Roman Wilson is an absolute smash and really undervalued? Or could it just be this entire offense is dysfunctional, quarterback changes, an offensive coordinator who's pretty uninspired, wants to run the ball, and no one really gets there? But if you're going to make me play it cost adjusted, like, Roman Wilson sure seems nice at his price tag relative to Pickens.
Well, the other thing that I've been kind of working with just in general on this is the idea that there is just this massive break between the tiers at tight end. I think that this actually does give you some interest in Freiermuth a little bit later at his price. And then Jaylen Warren continues to be a guy where you want to have a huge exposure.
You want to do Xavier Worthy here at pick 59, best wide receiver in your ranks, or do you want to take Joe Mixon?
No, let's go with Worthy.
We'll do Xavier Worthy. People were joking. I passed on him. I think it was in the early 5th in my draft I just did. And they said, that's because you're going to get your Xavier Worthy with Shawn, which in one of our stream drafts to get Xavier Worthy at 5'11", that feels like it could be rare.
Right at ADP almost feels like a full round discount in this.
Exactly. What is there? There's ADP discounts, there's rankings discounts, and then there's stream adjusted discounts.
Mm-hmm. So that's a triple value right there.
So based on your ranks, you do have Jordan Addison. If you wanted to go more the ADP wise with Kenneth Walker, I think that's in play. What do you think the play is here?
Yeah, let's go with Walker. The Seahawks, I think, are a stealth winner in terms of the playoff schedule, in that nothing pops out as like must have for them. And yet all 3 games could be pretty interesting. And so again, just using that as a tiny little piece there, if the Seahawks do make those offensive adjustments that we've talked about, and, I would probably put that at like 60-40 that they will. But if the offense is more dynamic and it's more run centric, and we continue to see this big gap between Walker and Charbonnet in terms of explosiveness and the big playability, everything that we expected last season with Walker versus Charbonnet, we got, where Walker is just, I mean, he's the biggest highlight machine maybe in the entire NFL at the running back position. But also, no one runs side to side and plays it like it's a college football game and you can just beat all 11 NFL defenders despite their freakish athleticism like Walker does. And then you get Charbonnet, who just blasts it down the middle, is a pretty good receiver. And so we don't yet know exactly how that is going to manifest in terms of this coaching staff, what they want, how the guys look. But Walker is the guy who, if there is a running back sort of in this range where he's drafted at the Jahmyr Gibbs price a season from now, it would be him. And that's why you would want to continue to get some exposure to him at this very nice price. And in a build where, and like you mentioned before, he works very nicely for these types of teams that we've now been putting together from the 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. And I think that's a good point. And one of the, I think one of the things you do so well with your player targets and the archetypes you want to draft is like you give yourself multiple outs here, right? Where what if this new coaching staff just really prefers Kenneth Walker as a bell cow back and Zach Charbonnet more as a change of pace and a contingent kind of back, then holy cow, you just landed on a ton of value with a 6th-round pick. Or it's closer to a split, a 70-30, 60-40, what have you. But because Kenneth Walker is a big play machine in the same way Jahmyr Gibbs is, you can just get there on the efficiency and the spike weeks. And you're basically paying just for those spike weeks at this cost, but you could land into a ton of extra value if we're wrong on how we actually project that backfield split.
And certainly we tend to think from a 0 RB perspective about, what happens to the backup if the starter gets hurt. But if you have a committee that, is somewhat balanced, but does favor the starter and the starter's ADP, factors in that committee, but then the backup gets hurt. I mean, that's the other sort of pathway to that huge workload and just scoring level that you're describing right there.
Yep. So our team here through 6 rounds, we did take our first running back, Puka, Drake, London, Trey McBride, Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, Kenneth Walker. We're about to pick here at 83 at the 7-8 turn here, looking at ADP. You do see Kyler here, which could be an interesting quarterback selection for us with this Rams stack potentially. You got some running backs you like here as well. What do you think the play is?
I mean, I'm always tempted to add Bowers into it, but any of the running backs and Murray is a lot of, let's go with Murray in this draft.
Yeah. I will say, I don't think the turn guy is taking Bowers as his 3rd tight end, went bully with Pitts and Kittle. I would say small chance Bowers comes back to us at 107, but once you have Chekhov's Bowers that we bring up, probably less likely. So if we do want Bowers, we probably will have to take him at 86 or one of these other running backs you like here.
Let's go ahead and go with Bowers.
Look at this. All right. Key, I think I'm going to need to, every week we are going to continue to draft Bowers because your ranking is going to naturally be so much more aggressive than the ADP. Do you have any other new nice things to say about Brock Bowers this week?
Well, I mean, you already made the very strong case for him there. I think he's going to lead him in targets.
Yeah. So my only, you have me firmly sold on Brock and what he's going to do. My only pushback is if the market is going to continually give him to me at 107, 110, why don't I try to sneak in another pick here and continually select him in that range? Like I just got him at 114 in the draft before. What would be your counter to kind of trying to get as cheap of Brock Bowers as you can get?
Partly that when I'm doing some of the big ADP reaches for the rankings, when I don't think that he would come back in this room, but like you said,
yeah,
you've seen it happen in drafts that you have done. I do want to make sure I get that tight end there. I think that the running backs, as we wrap back through, are still going to give us some interesting options. I mean, the running back that I probably would have liked there is someone I do think is going to come back to us. So that was the other thing that I was balancing. Swift and Brooks, both pretty interesting players. I think that Carolina is arguably a stealth, minor winner in that the individual games again don't pop. But when you look at how that could work in general, is this the range that you feel comfortable yourself taking Brooks? Is he the guy that you would have gone with there?
Yeah, I think I would have leaned Brooks there. I do agree with you in this room. He probably doesn't come back. But yeah, I probably would have gone with the other running back and just trying to see like the 2v2, like, can you get Brooks and Bowers versus Bowers, whatever back we're going to get potentially. But that's more just through the mindset of, I just did a draft where he slid, Bowers slid 14 picks past ADP, but I also love, getting aggressive with him because I do think we will end up collectively with a massive share of Brock Bowers here. It's just fun to think through like your sentiment relative to the market and how can you like squeeze that for as much possible value. But I think what you're saying is like the opportunity cost, like if there was a screaming guy who had fallen, like let's say Jordan Addison had fallen to like pick 86 and you're like, holy cow, no, Jordan Addison, higher rankings value. Let's scoop that value, even though we love Brock Bowers. But my guess is you didn't see any opportunity cost of picks who were there.
I didn't. And the other thing for me is that we're going to get some picks in the top 6 as this goes along, but that's also the area where our earlier round tight end targets are tending to go. And so even though Bowers is also in that kind of early 9 area, I don't think that we're actually going to need him in those drafts, if that makes sense, or he's going to be less of a must-have piece there in drafts where we're much more likely to have already attacked it early based on just the area of drafts that the tight ends are going. And so I much prefer to reach at this spot than to reach on those other tight ends very, very early in the draft.
Yep. I also am glad we got Kyler there. This is kind of what I did in the first draft where I had a bunch of late stacks set up, and yet I still took Jaden Daniels, just wanting to get that one quarterback in the room that could give us that single week upside to really separate at the position. And now we can be really relaxed, I think, with our QB2 selection. We do see Jaden Daniels come off the board here at 104. We're about to pick at 107 here, and we are on the clock. Tons of running backs by ADP here. Which guy do you want to grab here?
So Chase Brown, we've been taking. I don't know, how much you feel like we need to have him. Javonte is the player that I think that we should take. He is a tiny ADP value that helps us balance out a little bit of the other stuff. And even with all of the concern about the guys that they've added, and it's a huge concern, but if Javonte ends up being the starter, then, and he separates a little bit, which I think is still very much a possibility there. At this price, I think you have to occasionally bet on that because the high value touches in that offense are going to be absolutely obscene. It's going to be a fantasy wonderland if he ends up being the guy, and maybe his ADP falls enough that, this price actually looks pretty bad later on. But I mean, in terms of league winners, he's still right up there.
For sure. All right. We are back on the clock. It is just a ton of running backs by ADP. I have no problem taking Chase Brown here. Anything else you would want to do?
You want to do Connor?
We could do Connor. I mean, you think he pairs well with this team? As I select him.
We get more of that Arizona flair.
Yeah. And, so we get James Conner a full round and a half past ADP and correlated with our Cardinals bet. That seems like a good spot to do that, right? Because there are going to be a ton of spots where we're taking other backs. But when you get the double boost, the ADP value, he was, in a similar tier with those other running backs, and the correlation, it seems like, all right, it's now or never for getting a James Conner share.
Yeah, that was going to be the one shot at it. And one of the things that, Ben and I have discussed a decent amount on Stealing Bananas is that James Conner is coming off of his best season.
Yeah.
And, from, rushing yardage he was one of you look at so many of the names here of older backs who actually disappointed last season, and there's a lot of risk with them, even including someone like Saquon Barkley very early, right? There's risk to those guys that I don't think is priced in. It's one of the reasons why we had the great Shipley chasing comment in the chat last week. It's one of the reasons why I'm willing to go there, because there are guys who are pretty overvalued, or at least have that collapse or underperformance element in their background, I think, more than people realize. In this particular draft, you have Trey Benson go at the 903. We take Connor at the 1002. I do prefer Benson, but I mean, this is a draft where it fits. It gives us a chance to claw back some of that ADP value that we give up with Bowers. And if we're going to have just a little bit of variety in how we're building, almost the zero RB-ish element of the backfield there, I think this was the draft that it made sense to put those pieces together. I mean, James Conner had one of the best evasion rates in the entire NFL last year. And if you then put that into an offense that is dynamic, which is where I think the Cardinals are going, it's certainly the story we're telling with this draft, then he's someone who could wildly outperform that particular price.
So here's our team through, 10 rounds here for us. Kyler Murray at quarterback, Kenneth Walker, Javonte Williams, James Conner at running back, Puka Nacua, Drake London, Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, and then tight ends Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. This is a funny thing of, anyone would look at this team and say, oh, they went zero RB, and yet Shawn, through 10 rounds, we only have 4 wide receivers. So we do have some work to do on that front.
We do, but with the top 2 guys, and then my ranking on Worthy is aggressive enough that we got to argue that we have 4 wide receiver ones. And so that relaxes us a little bit.
I want to talk a little bit more about Javonte, just in that before we make this pick, there's been a lot of steam on, Jaleel McLaughlin lately. People are getting pretty excited about him. They obviously draft a back. They have that, what was it, the UDFA Blake Watson that some people are excited about. Yeah.
I get dynasty trade offers for him all the time.
For Blake Watson?
Mm-hmm.
That's great. So yeah, and it's this interesting thing, because in a lot of scenarios you would say like, hey, we want to play these ambiguous situations through the cheaper pieces. And yet, is it just that some of those other options outside of McLaughlin just do not have intriguing profiles whatsoever?
Well, I think that Watson does. He maybe is the guy where, and Pat, mentioned in a message to me, we actually took him as Mr. Irrelevant in one of our dynasty drafts. And he's like, if we can get a guy who coaches comparing to Alvin Kamara as Mr. Irrelevant, we're going to go ahead and click that button. I think you can do it in best ball as well.
I'm looking here, just looking at ADP wise. If we want a receiver, Leggett stands out, also plays our Arizona stack in week 16. Is there any other direction you would want to go?
Let's try him again for the reasons that you mentioned, even though I think he is certainly going to be one of the riskier players that we've added in, but he's another guy with a huge ceiling as the 5th wide receiver. I think that works pretty well.
Which direction would you want to go here? By your ranks, there are not too many wide receivers at the top here. Are you comfortable going with a running back here?
Yeah, and I mean, Miller is somebody that we like a lot and haven't gotten to pick much so far. Marshawn Lloyd is somebody who could rise. So those would be kind of the offsetting elements there.
Let's do Kendre Miller. We're having a little fun with some week 17 correlations. Kendre Miller, Brock Bowers, ping-ponging scores in that week 17 dome game. I can see that in my mind's eye, Shawn.
Yeah, Miller, I say that we haven't drafted him much. We didn't get him last week, right?
No, we haven't. Yeah, I think we had another, I forget who we got instead. Actually, I can just check right here because I have this tab open. I believe we took Charbonnet instead, maybe, in this range. Or maybe we grabbed a wide receiver. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the ADP value by contrast to Miller there. There are a couple of names that I think could be this year's Kyren Williams. And I'll go into more depth on that in articles on the site. And certainly when you say this year's Kyren Williams, you're not saying he's going to score that many points. He's going to be that level of league winner. But players who have some similar traits in terms of the elite collegiate production that tends to be forgotten about a little bit because their rookie season gets covered up, and a situation where there is another sort of higher profile name on the roster, but a guy who might be nearing the end in one way, shape, or form. It doesn't have to be nearing the end in the exact same way. And in an offense that could take a jump from what the team did the previous season. I mean, you look at the Saints, obviously, anytime that you have Derek Carr there, people are going to be skeptical about the absolute ceiling. There may be some elements where you have niche players who vulture some touchdowns, and he could just be the very clear-cut backup. But Kendre Miller, every time that we picked him last year, Pete, then like within 30 minutes, a new injury would come out. And that was always disappointing. Then you finally get to see him in week 18 looking absolutely fantastic. And so
yeah,
I think he's somebody you should be going after. And certainly at this price, he again fits that sort of 0 RB template where when things break the right way, if you're talking about him next season as one of the top 10 running backs in the NFL, he's not a buzzy guy right now, but he could very easily be 6 months in the future.
Yeah. I think it's tough to, would you say it's different for running backs than wide receivers if they both get opportunities to kind of show us who they are as rookies and they don't seize those opportunities that, it's more likely for a running back to rebound than it is for a wide receiver? Like maybe the Quentin Johnson example, a guy who got every opportunity to get out there. And now there's some pretty big red flags versus a back like Kendre. Do you feel like we don't know enough about him based on what he did?
Yeah, and I even go back to an article that the Fantasy Douche put out a long time ago talking about how the team is going to tell you through their draft decisions what they want to do at the running back position, and that manifests more in year 2 than year 1. And that was obviously quite a while back. We have different trends today. And yet if a team has made a commitment to a running back and that player has been covered up for a variety of reasons as a rookie, and then has that opportunity in year 2 and the price, it's impossible for us to ignore what they did the previous season with the price, even though contextually there may be an argument for the guy to go much, much earlier. I think that's where you want to pounce if you can.
So we are up here. Matthew Stafford is chilling. I think we can push him around the wrap. I don't think the Hurts Brock Purdy drafter is taking him. Do you have a skill position player, Franklin, Jermaine Burton, that you think Mims that would make sense here?
I think Franklin again is the guy.
Okay. Let's do Franklin here. And then we can kind of decide, do we want to push QB2 potentially, or would we want to lock up Stafford here, have these same 2 quarterbacks from the week 17 game? What do you think is the way to play that quarterback conundrum?
Can we see the overall quarterback?
Yes. So we did lose Kirk Cousins. You would have Bryce Young in your back pocket, Minshew as well, if you really wanted to kind of push it more.
I think I would take another position player here, another non-QB. Do you have a guy you think fits perfectly with this group?
You want to do Jermaine Burton opposite of Troy Franklin in week 17, get some more rookie upside here?
That sounds good.
I guess we also could have taken Mims there. Sorry, I was toggling back and forth between your ranks. I guess the other nice thing with Franklin too is it gives us another quarterback out as well. That allows us to kind of push QB2.
And having taken Kyler where we did, this is probably a team where usually my preference is going to be to, force someone else to pay for Stafford with the idea that he's the type of quarterback, if you have Puka, who could really fall in any given draft, or simply lean into one of the other options. The thing that I like with taking London there is it does give you the chance to get Kirk Cousins, who I think tends to be a good value just overall, but then also you can play it with Jaden Daniels if you don't take Kyler Murray and Daniels gets deep enough into that particular draft. So those are some of the fun things about having Drake London up there at the top.
For sure. That was a really good point about the Stafford dynamics too. I'm glad you pointed that out because we are obviously the Puka drafter, and the Cooper Kupp drafter is not only behind us, but has also already taken those 2 quarterbacks. So once he didn't take Stafford because he's already, wrapped up at quarterback, then it is like, let's dare someone to take Matthew Stafford unstacked. And generally the room does not want to do that. So I'm glad you highlighted that. I think that's the perfect opportunity to push it. And if you get him at an extreme value, well, great. Like we would be able to get him at pick 182, most likely, assuming that our guy here at the turn wouldn't want to take him. So I really like that thought there. Wide receiver, we are now up to 7 wide receivers. So, we have been hammering these rookies. The last 4 wide receiver selections for Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, Troy Franklin, and Jermaine Burton. So catching back up there. And I feel like we have good flexibility here as far as quarterback, running back, and wide receiver.
We've really built it out to where we can go with the minimum reasonable number at any of the positions. And the benefit from that is that you can then take best player available and your favorite guys late, as opposed to having to force anything. It's one of the reasons I do like the bully tight end. It's one of the reasons that if you have that QB who's a hybrid QB, but also matches one of your pass catchers early, you like to pull that. The element here that I think is interesting / controversial is just, as you mentioned, taking those rookie wide receivers. We took a lot of rookies in last week's draft, and I'm sure there are people who watched that one and are thinking, those guys are going to have trouble scoring points in the first half of the season. What level with the rookies are you looking to draft? Or, is there a cap when we're working through only having these 18 spots, wanting to score early, thinking in terms of not creating too many holes? Now, we know that people can get hurt. We know, obviously, you can miss on your selections, but having live players late. So the early scoring, the late scoring, balancing some of those dynamics.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely something I try to consider, especially for these guys where they either do have some pretty big question marks on their profile. Like you mentioned, when we select Legette, we're going into that with open eyes. Like, he might just not be good. He had one good year. He's a much older prospect. There's guys like Troy Franklin and Jermaine Burton who might not see the field right away. Like, do we think they're good enough to get on the field right away? Sure. But it might not be seen the same way by the coaches. So I do think you have to have some humility and being realistic too about how much early production you're going to get. But I think on the flip side, when these guys hit, when you get the wins in these late round picks from these rookie wide receivers, they win in such a big way that they mop up mistakes, or not even mistakes, but lack of production from other spots. So I think that's the thing. We're basically saying, can we get one massive hit out of Legette, Franklin, and Burton? And if you do that, you can probably drag this team, to the playoffs.
And one of the things that we also have set up here, in addition to the overall flexibility, is just that our early picks are young star players who have the youth, but are also established.
Do you have any interest in a guy like Michael Wilson, past ADP stacked with Kyler? You want to go somewhere else here?
Let's go somewhere else in this round. The running back here who is pretty interesting as a potential starter after we just talked about the rookies is Tracy.
Yeah, he's right at ADP. I selected him in a draft over the weekend, past ADP. It seems like his price is kind of chilled out right now. I love him as a running back 5 for us here at 15-11. Someone did take Stafford unstacked, a third QB, Matthew Stafford unstacked. Not my preferred way to draft, but Shawn, we are back up here. What do you see here for our team?
Yeah, I don't see a lot that's interesting there. Can we go to the receiver board?
Yeah.
This is sort of a fun place to take Devontez Walker.
Okay, talk about Devontez Walker here. We'll keep loading up on rookies.
Well, we did a little segment on OT last week going through Walker's production even in the previous season. Now, the thing last year is that if he plays a full season, this is one of the things that the Ravens have talked about, is if he plays a full season last season, he's not going to last to where he was. The Senior Bowl absolutely crushed him, but in the article, I talk about how his tracking numbers there in terms of explosives at the Senior Bowl. So if you get away from the drop passes for a moment and you look at the athleticism, he crushed the field, having the most explosives, I think, every day of practice, and then was second to Luke McCaffrey during the game, if I'm remembering that properly. The athleticism is off the charts. You look back to the deep ball ability last season, and part of it is a matter of Drake Maye being willing to throw the deep balls, but he and Rome Odunze were the guys who really separated in terms of air yards, specifically on deep passes. if you get an Adunze type of profile, or even one of the lesser guys like an Adonai Mitchell profile at this price instead of what you have to pay for Mitchell, that's a big deal, right? And then you have an offense where you expect to get some of those explosive plays over the top. You have them talking about how he was the guy they drafted specifically because Lamar Jackson had asked for that type of player. And then his results at Kent State were astonishing, right? I mean, they really blow away what a lot of these other guys who were drafted much, much earlier did. And that includes, a game against the national champions, Georgia. I mean, he went on a 3-game stretch where his QB was like 29 for 70, where he put up 3 huge games. I just don't even know how that's possible, right? The quarterback play didn't in any way support that. And so Walker is someone, I think even more than, say, a Jermaine Burton, where, I think his ability to potentially be a tournament winner is off the charts.
Yeah. And so kind of with this same process, we're definitely more likely to have taken on, zeros. Walker is another one of those guys we've seen, younger players be a little slower to develop in the Ravens system. Like he could not do much for us early, but when he does hit, he can hit in such a massive way. And we're getting access to that elite offense. He's also just a really fun one. We talk about schedule winners. I mean, everyone's kind of already circling that Ravens and Texans game. I was looking, and you have 9 players from that game, Shawn, who go in the first 5 rounds of drafts. But sometimes being able to get the correlation boost and the friendly game environment boost at super cheap cost is also another really nice way to do that. Walker, kind of a fun guy to tack on to that game.
Well, and you think about, one of the things, I had a loaded team in the finals of Underdogs playoff contest, and then all the scrubs score in the Super Bowl. Well, the people who drafted the scrubs won. And so you look at this here with Walker, you mentioned all those players who are going early. If we have this team in the finals, there would be a fun element of all the teams that have that Houston, Baltimore, deep game stack. And then it's Devontez Walker who wins, and we win the $1 million.
We are going to have our final 2 picks here at the 17-18 turn. We're still only at 1 quarterback. We mentioned that Matthew Stafford went to a 2 quarterback team with Josh Allen unstacked there. And Bryce Young also goes. As far as viable stack options, it does look like you're at kind of the Bo Nix and Gardner Minshew pick. Or do we want to grab another piece here? What do you think is the play?
Well, let's do Nix, even though, is there any chance he goes at the turn? I wouldn't think.
At this point, once Stafford's going to the Josh Allen team unstacked, I have no clue what to expect from these guys.
Now, given that I don't know that any of the QBs necessarily work, I think that Drake Maye is interesting as a guy who's going to play at the end of the season. I think Daniel Jones, somebody you don't need to have the receiving options. I also think that Justin Fields as like a massive tournament crushing play if he ends up as the quarterback at that point.
Let's do it. I do not think I've taken Fields yet. We finally have gotten a pretty cheap price on him. He goes at 206 here. And also, if we want to talk about week 17 correlations, we now have the 2 dominant ones. It's Brock Bowers and Kendre Miller, and it's Justin Fields and Xavier Worthy going back and forth, scoring 60-yard rushing touchdowns.
Well, and Fields, you could easily see him rushing for 150 yards in that game, a couple of 50-yard touchdowns, and then, Worthy going to score on some type of reverse, all those manufactured McCall Hardman types of plays. He's going to get over the top of the defense, score an 80-yard touchdown. And it's going to be like that Jamar Chase game against the Chiefs in week 17 a couple of years ago. Fields Worthy with Devontez Walker thrown in there. I don't think we even need our top picks in this particular draft.
This is why it's so fun drafting with Shawn, because you're never going to make selections you don't like. You are going to have fun players exclusively. It's going to be loaded with young talent, and you can salivate telling yourself the story about what this team could do in week 17. The flip side is we just need to get this team to week 17 to enjoy all of the benefits here. I'm going to recap this full team here that Shawn and I drafted on the Best Ball Banana Stand. And before I do, I also want to mention so much great content over at RotoViz. And I specifically want to highlight a piece Michael Dubner just got out. Is week 17 all that matters? I had basically been working in tandem with Dubner on my video while he was working on this article. And then he was working with Blair, I know, on a lot of the math stuff too. And there's even some additional stuff where they kind of discovered how to think about EV relative to the week 17 prizes and kind of splicing that out in ways that make it even more illuminating on where the priorities should be. So if you enjoyed the nerdy math in my video, I highly recommend checking out Dubner's video, article, which is an awesome extension of that. Anything else on the site people should keep an eye out for, Shawn, before I recap this team?
Well, anytime that three of my very favorite people have worked on something like you and Michael and Blair did on that one, it turns out to be fantastic. And I was ecstatic about how, just as a reader, it was fantastic to go through that one. And it does inform the way that I want to play week 16, week 17, the way I want to play the regular season. And it has ramifications for obviously how we built this team out here. So that one is so much fun. I did get that big dynasty piece that I talked about. Blair has a bunch of articles coming out. Jeff Matson's going to have an article for the first time in a while. Kevin and Matt have been doing fantastic stuff there. The mix of things has been a lot of fun. And then working very hard on the tools behind the scenes. Anybody who wants to write to, that's a possibility for you, because we have the tools that make that part easier. And Pete, I had teased it a couple weeks ago, and then we had to delay it by a week. But Ben and I started the AFC, NFC previews. AFC last week. We're going to do NFC this week. It may be a tad bit delayed because after we finish today, I'm going to do a 16-hour drive back to Tucson. I'm coming to you from Oklahoma City. But yeah, great things there. Great things on OT. So we're looking forward to it.
Also, I did want to just shout out one other article that I'd read recently on RotoViz that's obviously pertinent to the teams we keep drafting, but this was an awesome piece that Blair wrote. If you want to get hyped up on Troy Franklin, absolutely read this piece titled "Troy Franklin Checks Almost All the Boxes and is the Steal of Every Draft." Blair breaks it down from basically every angle, from a prospect profile, athleticism, team fit, but then also maps it onto the specific formats and why he stands out in a lot of ways. If you are trying to get your Troy Franklin exposure in check, do not read this article, would be the flip side of that advice. But yeah, he's a fun one there, Shawn. Let's recap.
When Blair puts steal of every draft in an article, then he and I are going to end up with insane exposures. And there's some, Bo Nix element to that as well. So folks who are wondering why you and I have drafted some Troy Franklin and why we put off Bo Nix last week, we said we could get him anytime. Well, this is the draft we needed him, and we took him.
That's right. Yeah, it's the Troy Franklin, and people do forget, Shawn, that he played with Bo Nix in college. I do think we need to remind people of that fun fact. All right, here's this team. I promise you there are no other teams in the underdog pool that look like this one exactly. We have 3 quarterbacks: Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, and Justin Fields. We have a 5 running back room: Kenneth Walker, Javonte Williams, James Conner, Kendre Miller, Tyrone Tracy. I actually really like kind of how those running backs fit together. Wide receivers: Puka Nacua, Drake London, Zay Flowers, and then a blitz of rookies: Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, Troy Franklin, Jermaine Burton, Devontez Walker. And then we got our 2 elite tight ends here: Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. Shawn, how do you feel about how this squad turned out?
I've been loving these drafts from a structural perspective this year. It doesn't seem like we've been under quite as much pressure with the receivers, or at least the way that we've been able to get the receivers we wanted early. And then because of this, it allows us to do some of the fun things late. And if you're going to do some swing for the fences types of picks, I think that you want to be built in a way to do it. And one of the things here is that when you get those early wide receivers, then you have some flexibility with waiting a little bit, but the bully tight end then allows you to go with 2, and it gives you some extra pop at the flex position that maybe balances out some of the youth at receiver. But the early hybrid, QB that goes with the different stacks that we wanted to emphasize in this draft also then let us really wait at the QB position. So there was so much upside and flexibility in how we played the first 10 rounds. And again, one of the notes I think that you come to from this draft is that a 0 RB, or if you don't want to call it 0 RB, but just a draft where you're not investing in the very most expensive running backs and then hammer that next group, there's just not much price pressure on you there. You can wait the way we did and hammer them at that juncture, and you're going to look at your running back group after the draft and say, I feel very good about that. We didn't have to take them early, and yet we also didn't have to take a huge number of them to make the team work.
Yeah, for sure. I have felt that too. I think it was maybe a week or two ago, I felt like I had kind of a wide receiver avalanche draft where I was like, we're back. But for the most part, from a positional standpoint, I haven't felt quite as boxed out as I was last year. Like some of those drafts, Shawn, that we were doing where we were having, there's reaching for guys you really like, right? There's reaching for Brock Bowers. There is capitulating and having to reach for Tyquan Thornton 7 rounds ahead because there's literally no one else. Like those are two different kinds of reaches of what kind of player you're trying to target. Like last year, we felt the pressure in some of these rooms. Maybe it changes, but just the way the draft board is set up this year, I have found it, I don't know, more relaxing to navigate these boards.
And I mean, that part of it has made it so fun because, again, the ability to take those big swings in the double-digit rounds, I just think this is the type of team that will help you be competitive in tournaments. We had the stacking elements we wanted. We have the youth upside, but you look again at the peak players, and I don't necessarily feel like you should be able to get that much talent in the single-digit rounds. You look at the Trey McBride, Brock Bowers element. I mean, even if one of those guys gets hurt, you're looking at potentially the highest scoring tight end in the format. If we can get them both healthy into the tournament, we tend to focus on other positions in terms of thinking, well, the path might be one guy in week 15, one guy in week 16, one guy in week 17. But at the tight end position, we could see the same thing there. If you can get a Trey McBride into week 16 after Brock Bowers blows up in week 15 and have that additional trump card or vice versa, or 16 versus 17, everything about that, I think, gives you options that most other teams or many other teams are not drafting in. Maybe when they are drafting it, they're not drafting it in concert with some of the other things that we established in this one.
Yeah. And I do like, I think we mentioned this before. And one of the things I like thinking through in these drafts, because I do want to think through how much are you spending on a position and how much capital have you allocated within a draft. And yet I do love these builds where you make assumptions about how your running backs turn out. Whereas if you look at it just like pure draft capital spent, I actually have these like buckets in here we can actually see. We were actually in the target bucket, which is the lowest bucket for draft capital spent. This was something Mike Leone looked at in his manifesto. This was just based off of BBM3 data and what was optimal that year. But obviously spending the least amount of total capital on the running back position yielded the best rosters. But we are in a bottom 5 bucket for allocated capital here. And yet you can tell yourself how this team hits in a way where you have that second round running back value in Kenneth Walker. You have third and fourth round running back values in Javonte James Conner. You hit on a league winner in a Kendre Miller, Tyrone Tracy. All of a sudden you haven't spent, bottom 5 capital on that. You actually have a top 2, bucket room for running back. And so I love the idea of supercharging your structures at discounted prices because you are willing to play a range of outcomes game that maybe more conservative drafters aren't willing to.
And the thing that we've definitely witnessed is that while it's very difficult to predict who the breakout running backs will be, and we have some types of archetypes that we really like to target, so we don't act like there's no way to do it. But even though it can be difficult to hit on the guy, the teams that do hit on those running backs, they're virtually impossible to compete with because other teams who have built in a more conservative way simply are not going to have the different types of exposures or the different types of, as you mentioned, capital across positions that will allow them to compete with a cheap running back group that does break out. And it goes back to the whole idea of zero RB 10 years ago, but the point of it is that when those running backs hit, you can't compete with those teams. They become super teams.
Yep. Shawn, love how this one turned out. We're going to have Pat Kerrane joining us here in a second. Shawn, anything else that people should keep an eye out for? You mentioned the stealing bananas episodes. I just saw that one download in my podcast feed. You and Ben talking about the AFC West and so many fun things to consider, when we talk about our Brock Bowers, all of the uncertainty with how the Broncos are going to look, obviously the Chiefs and all their, rigmarole. The Chargers are essentially a new squad. I mean, I'm guessing there was a reason you guys started with that one because there's so many interesting subplots there.
Yeah, that one is so fun. So we ate dessert first with that, but we are fired up about the NFC version. We talked for 2.5 hours on those shows. We now have it set up to where you can get them in shorts. If you don't want to listen for 2.5 hours, you can subscribe and listen to the full audio if you prefer to just hear us chatting for hours and hours on end. So we've broken that up in a way that I think is pretty fun. We'd love to have you guys subscribe over there. And Pete, you did a fantastic job. I appreciate so much the mention of Blair and Michael and what they're doing over at the site. I think they're fantastic, and I appreciate you putting that out. This has been a blast. Great draft with you today.
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's what it's so fun, right? Like layering in, like doing the hyper specific player archetype analysis, doing all of that, then zooming way out and looking at the game theory that a prize structure demands, and then trying to bring it all together in a way while drafting or navigating a drafting room with 11 other drafters who are all trying to accomplish other initiatives as well. That's what makes it so fun. And what RotoViz does so well is pulling in all of those elements we need to be thinking about. So Shawn, thank you again for joining us. This is the Best Ball Banana Stand. We are here every Monday on my live stream YouTube channel at Peter Overzet, streaming a Best Ball Mania 5 draft, and then you can always get that audio on the Best Ball Banana Stand. Shawn, we'll catch you next time.
Can't wait. See you soon.
All right, peace. All right, that is Shawn Siegele. We're going to have Pat Kerrane swinging by here in a second. And I'm going to check in how we're doing in the chat. I'm going to get a little bit more coffee going on here. Yes, lots of questions about the Draft Caddy. This is my co-host on Lulz, Brian Hooper. This is his tool. It is called the Draft Caddy. You can get access to it at thedraftcaddy.com. It is a Chrome extension here. So you can see this is the settings that I have open from the Chrome tool. And then I'm using the week 15, 16, 17 drop down, but there's all kinds of stuff you can do. If I wanted to put in my exposures, if I wanted to put in any kind of data I want, you can. I use some of these default ones, and I recommend it. If you have questions, you can ask Brick here. And Kerrane's going to be here in a second. He's having trouble getting into the studio. We will see what we can do for that. But yeah, this is thedraftcaddy.com. You go to thedraftcaddy.com. It'll take you to this page here. You can do a 2-day free trial as well if you just want to check it out. And then it's $25 per month. It's a very, very nice tool if you do a bunch of your drafts on desktop. It only works on desktop because it's a Chrome extension. If you're doing mobile, you can go analog. Here's one of my analog sheet. I actually did a cardio club draft over the weekend. I'll show you what I did here. I printed this out and taped it to my new assault bike. And so I had my schedule here. This was a true joy doing my first cardio club draft post schedule with the playoff schedule right up here on my Rogue monitor. God, it was a beautiful thing. All right, without further ado, we are bringing Mr. Patty Kerrane on. He has figured out his tech issues. Welcome, Pat.
Yeah, the tech issues were just try Firefox. That's how I solved it. I don't know. What is an opening for me?
It's all good.
here I am.
You are here. Last week you famously hit the dad wall on the show. Do you feel like you've pushed through the rookie dad wall, or are you still in the thick of it?
So I'm coming off fewer hours of sleep than last week, but I feel a little bit more like awake, alert, a little more coffee in the system. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, until you ask me to like actually name players, we're not going to know for sure.
Yes. That's it certainly happens. We appreciate your services here, 9 p.m. or sorry, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. But with little sleep, it can be tricky. Pat, I did just hop us in a Best Ball Mania draft that Snap filled. How many drafts have you gotten in post NFL schedule release?
I probably only have done, I think 3 or 4 Best Ball Manias, but I did max Unearth Puppy Slow.
What?
Yeah.
What? How many did you have to reg to get to max?
Like 120.
Oh my God, you are sick, dude. That is sick behavior. Pat, you won Best Ball Mania, right? You don't have to chase yourself. That behavior is for Davis.
No, I can't let him catch me.
I mean, you don't ever have to worry about that. But I mean, come on, have some self-respect, Pat. I mean, the reason I big board last year, I maxed it via slows, and I needed to do like 65 or 70 slows. And I was in such a slow draft hell that I made like a video about it. And you just entered like 110. You are absolutely disgusting.
I think I'm going to be able to pull it off. I think I'm going to do it. The trick with slow drafts is that you enter so many that you're on the clock in so many that when you finally dig out, you're actually like, I'm not on the clock anywhere. It feels bad.
I actually, like, all jokes aside, I am curious how you think of it, because I know you're thinking about portfolio diversification more this year. You guys are doing some awesome content on Leg Up about that. I would find that diversification element to be really hard under like a blitzkrieg of slow drafts. Like, do you have any counter strategies for that, knowing it could be easy to go on autopilot with your faves across that draft and essentially draft 100 versions of the same team?
Well, I do think that the impulse to draft the same player is like very real, but when you literally just clicked Bijan Robinson, Brandon Ayuk, it's easier to click Bijan Robinson, Chris Olave.
Yeah,
and so having them all like I'm going through there, I'm on the clock in so many that I'm looking at, like, I'm tabbing from like the same decision to the same decision, and so it forces me to be like, no, I know for a fact that I have a team with CeeDee Lamb and Devin Achane because I just created it. So I can go Nico Collins here or whatever, and mix it up.
So you said you wanted to fade Jamar Chase because he's home in the cold, week 17 versus the Broncos.
Yeah, that's it's gonna be like flurries. They're expecting some flurries in that game, and that can be good for the offense.
So we did select Jamar Chase here. We're joking around about that on Ship Chasing on Thursday. We took Tyreek Hill, who is, of course, playing outdoors in Cleveland. You also did a fun podcast with Bime4 over the weekend. I'm going to have a video out tomorrow about correlating how we should think about it. And I actually used our draft on Ship Chasing as kind of an example because I really like how we navigated that from a correlation standpoint. And it wasn't until I was kind of recapping the team for the video that I realized 8 of our 9 remaining or final picks in that draft were all driven by correlation. And that's how I really like to think about it, where you're ratcheting up the correlation initiatives. And you look at our draft, it was like picks 5 through 9, we didn't even think about correlation. We were trying to get structural objectives, get the elite tight end, wide receiver firepower, 0 running back sweet spot. And then it's like, all right, the foundation is here. Now let's correlate in mind the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you showed me a board and I was just looking at the first 10 rounds, I could pretty easily point out some teams that are probably dead, right? Teams that are just, you don't have the right structure to really have enough upside to take down the tournament, but probably to even advance. If I looked at the last 10 rounds, that would be like a lot harder. So like taking care of the structure, like the blocking and tackling, right? Like the basics, the fundamentals, taking care of those in the early rounds is a necessity. Like you have to build a team that is like structurally sound first and foremost.
Yeah, for sure. And this is Davis tried to make the case that multi-tabling 20 drafts helps you get these reps for juggling all these things. You are clearly making that case by hopping in 167 slow drafts, but getting the reps legitimately helps. And then it's just so much easier to juggle all of these. Also, when you do a million drafts, you don't feel like you have to get this stack, this correlation in this draft. It like eases you up. Like, I'll get it in the next one. No biggie.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I think to me, I want the best Ball Mania drafts to be like where I'm super sharp, where I'm dialed in, everything's clicking. So I do like kind of having some of the other tournaments to experiment with stuff, get my reps in. So, it's the Rocky montage for me and the puppy right now.
Love it. Well, we are in our own Rocky montage here. Kind of a rare sighting. Drake London falling to 20.
What? Yes. Don't mind if I do. Wow. In this room?
In this
That's
room.
Crazy.
Yeah. I see our guy, Alex Keaton in here, a ship chaser who's been getting in our drafts. I did tip off in the Discord when we hopped in this one. I will mention there was only one spot left. So maybe not quite as crazy. Our guy, Starkindler, another ship chaser in here. But yeah, it is always fun when the reason Pat and I get excited is because it's like a lot of Jamar Chase teams aren't able to also get Drake London unless Jamar Chase really falls or Drake London really falls. It's just a combo that's harder to get right now. So that always feels fun.
Yeah, it's it's the dream, right? You get unique by just sitting there and taking a faller at your normal pick. You don't have to reach.
Yeah. We have Jamar Chase, Drake London start. Devon Achane has been a guy who's been sliding in a ton of drafts. He does go 21 here. Have you started to get some of your third round Devon Achane?
Not a ton, because I have a huge bag of second round Achane still. I'm still taking him in the second round at a decent clip. I'm more likely to take him here than I am with like CD, because I will try to push him around a little. But I kind of prefer Neighbors and Waddle to the wide receivers on the turn.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, let me grab Achane, and I'll probably end up with Neighbors, and I actually like that. I like both players better than both players, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's see. We are about to be on the clock, and Evans does go. So Neighbors comes back to us at 29. That feels great. Also plays Atlanta in the Dome in week 16 there. So a little Malik Neighbors, Drake London, week 16. Can I sign you up?
I am fully signed up.
Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors. I was having this thought too, because there was a lot of talk over the weekend. Hayden was posting some historical trend charts, and I was thinking about, and then I saw also some data about how much of the field is actually doing zero RB, and how last year, like true zero RB, I think was still only done by less than 10% of rosters. But then thinking like, if you just draft off of ADP this year, like you will end up with, like, say if you said I was only going to draft off of ADP through the first 5 rounds, you would end up naturally with a ton of zero RB builds.
There's 3 going right now. We'll see if anyone ends up completing them, but yeah, it's kind of wild. It is tough. I mean, like I was in a situation today where I had in one of these puppy slows, I forget who I took in the first round, the wide receiver, then Achane, then a wide receiver, might have been Waddle. And then I had, I think in the first round, probably Chase. And then I had Lamar fall to me with Andrews still available. And so I was like, I could try to turn this into, no, you know what? I had Tyreek, Achane, and Waddle. And I was like, I already bet on Miami in a big way. If I take Lamar, I'm going to take Andrews. So that's 2 wide receivers through 5 rounds. Can I recover? Do I need to bet on Miami do I need to bet on the Ravens having already bet on Miami? And so I passed on it. I actually just took Christian Kirk and was like, some onesie faller or a running back is going to come back to me.
Yeah.
And then Kincaid came back. So I'm like, all right, that's, wide receiver Kincaid versus Lamar Andrews. Normally I want Lamar Andrews all day, but it's just tough when you have 2 wide receivers to that point. You're like, is this team like already going to die given how weak the wide receivers get so quickly?
Yes. JGFC says we need to have Shady on our shoulder here. Don't drop the baby here because everyone is loving this Chase London neighbors start for us here. All right, Pat, let's both of us have babies. They should not be dropped. But right now, the only baby we care about, sorry, April and Vivian, it is this baby right here, and we cannot drop it.
We won't drop it. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so ADP wise, you got Tank Dell, Trey McBride, George Pickens. Looking at your rank, it's Tank and McBride. I'm definitely good with either Tank or McBride in this spot.
Yeah.
I think I'd go Tank and then see if we like the tight end that comes back at 53.
That's what I was going to say. He feels less replaceable.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is a pure sex wide receiver room here. Even getting Tank a little past ADP. Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell. The Piss Boys are back. Although we never left. Everyone just joined us.
Everyone just joined us. Yeah. We've been pissing the whole time. Yeah.
So yeah, and we get that. I have been. Have you noticed? Any specific Week 17 correlations driving any ADP movement in your drafts? Obviously, we see Laporta go to CMC. I think that's like the chalk popular new one. ADP shift. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's so bad. Like, Laporta. I say that because I think Laporta was pretty clearly overvalued.
Yeah.
Already. And to have him jump up to be paired with, any of the 49ers at that side of the board when he should probably be in the 4th round. Yeah. As we talked about, the correlation has the biggest impact later. Like, we're going to need to be right about these early round picks. Like, you just need to be right, and not right that they're good, but right that they smash in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I talked about the Laporta CMC thing in the video that I'm going to have come out tomorrow. Make sure you guys are subscribed over there to Deposit Kingdom channel. Kind of like a lot of these subjects we've been dancing around, I tried to condense into kind of a tight, shorter video, because it's not the most egregious thing, like in the vacuum, like moving a guy up 3 points, 3 spots, but I think it can demonstrate the risks you can run into if you're continually doing this kind of stuff. So Pat, you're never going to say no to Mark Andrews. He also happens to play Tank Dell Week 17. I assume you don't want me to actually go with your ranks and select Isaiah Pacheco here.
Please don't select Isaiah Pacheco.
We're not drafting the baby with Isaiah Pacheco. All right, Mark Andrews, come on down. We get him a couple picks past ADP. The baby is safely swaddled in our arms right now, just content as can be.
I do get a lot of satisfaction from a good swaddle, by the way. Performing a good swaddle, not being swaddled myself, but it's you get good at it. It feels good.
Are you doing the manual swaddle, or do you have like the actual swaddle, like sleep sack stuff?
We've got the swaddle blankets, but that's what I get satisfaction. I don't get satisfaction from putting in a sleep sack. That's not particularly difficult. Or from there's the one that Velcro. Those are good, but I like to get a good old fashioned blanket swaddle. That feels good.
I remember Lauren making fun of me because, where you're at the hospital and you're watching these nurses who do the swaddle with the hospital blanket, and they're obviously wizards. Like, they're like wrapping a Chipotle burrito, back when Chipotle was good, and it would just be perfectly tightly wrapped. And it's like watching, like a Boy Scout knot that is just tied to perfection. Yes. And then you come home and you try to emulate it, and like 2 seconds into when I'm done, April's arm's just like this. And it's like, all right.
I know, it's so frustrating. It's the arm up.
And then I'm watching videos, and I'm like, poor April just wants to live her life as a 1-week-old. And I'm like, no, you are the vehicle for me to practice swaddling. And I'm watching YouTube videos, and it's like, this swaddle method will change the game forever. And I was like, okay, I'll do this one. And then eventually I just get so fed up that I can't do the perfect swaddle. But I tried for a long time.
I haven't gone down the swaddle influencer rabbit hole.
Oh, you should. Some good ones.
She had to go into the Billy Rubin lights for one night, like early on. No big deal, but you go in there and they, you're in the NICU when that happens, even though she went home and everything's fine, everything. You go back in, and the NICU nurses. I mean, that is, if you want to to me, those are like the highest level swaddlers in the game. NICU nurses are, it's wild.
And you know what, Pat? They've done their 10,000 hours. They have multi-tabled their puppy slow drafts. They have swaddled a lot of babies, and they are masters of their craft. They're
max entering. They're max entering the swaddle competitions.
See, they are handling the week 16, 17 correlation while also building highly structured teams. They're talking to the mom. They're keeping you at ease while swaddling, asking you if you need any extra formula. I mean, they got you covered.
They really do.
All right. Speaking of not dropping the baby, we are about to pick at 6'8". Does Joe Mixon falling this far count as not dropping the baby? He does go, so we don't have to worry about that.
That would have been a good one.
We could grab our first running back with Walker. We could go bully tight end with Kyle Pitts and Drake London and set up that kind of double. Anything else you like here?
The Pitts bully is pretty fun with the London double. I'm kind of into it.
I think we do it. There's like those three reasons, right? We have ADP value, 8 picks past ADP. We get the additional correlation with Drake London. We're already betting on Kirk in this offense. We're done at tight end. And to me, there wasn't a huge opportunity cost at wide receiver. And we know we're going to like running backs in the later rounds. We have late quarterback options here. I kind of love it.
Yeah. I don't think we dropped the baby. The baby's still going.
The other thing we can do here, Pat, if we want, I was trying to see where where's the T. Higgins drafter? Why can't I find them? Oh, there they are. They're way back on the turn. So we could also consider Burrow here at 77 if we wanted with Chase, or we could grab a running back or a wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into Burrow. Wide receiver is going to be like Ladd, I guess. Ladd would be pretty interesting. Opens up Herbert later. Gives us a 5th receiver. Walker went. Jones went. So I don't think I'm running back here. I think I'm probably like Burrow or Ladd. Yeah.
Yeah, we have, the other kind of fun, when you load up on Atlanta, obviously, Kirk in this case should be a target for us, but it also provides you avenues to Jaden Daniels as playing that week's 17 game stack there as well.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. So Ladd and JSN do go. I think the interesting kind of, when you look at ADP, the wide receivers here kind of fall in a dead range. Deontay Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, Watson. It certainly looks like a quarterback or running back pick, unless we do like Hopkins enough, although we don't really have any correlation pushes there with him.
Yeah, one of the rookies would be a lot more fun. I was going to say Montgomery was probably our best other option, but Burrow feels pretty clean.
Burrow's clean. It's, only a few picks past ADP. I don't think the Higgins drafter would let him go by if we send him back around. I don't see anyone else that we absolutely have to take here other than Burrow.
Yeah.
Let's do Burrow. Still gives us options for how we want to play QB2. And again, the nice thing in this ADP landscape is you are never worried about getting buried in a running back avalanche. That is never a concern.
No, it's just not. It's just not. And I think it makes the 2v2s really difficult. If you think about Pacheco versus Andrews, I mean, I guess it's easier when you have Pitts. Maybe you do like it. But you get that correlation there with Tank for free. It's nice when you're getting it at a discount on both players as opposed to reaching. So yeah, I mean, it's just when you can get guys that are, starting running backs, just straight up starting running backs around, pick 80, 90, 100, even after 100.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we talk about the bully tight end thing. Like, this is my exact way to kind of do it, where I'm not seeking it out, but when the room gives you an ADP value and you get your correlation boost there, then it's like, okay, this is when I do specifically want to do it. Not even saying I'm opposed to doing it like outside of that, but I do really like it when it puts it in your lap, like it did here. It just seems like an obvious way to play this draft board, and we're not going to like a lot of tight ends later, so might as well just lock it up there.
Yeah, I mean, I made the running back point. I will say, had Mixon fallen, I would want him over Pitts. I think Mixon over Pitts would have been a fairly easy choice there. Also, have him correlated with Tank Dell and Andrews.
Right.
So fits with that whole game stack element we're adding in there. So, not out on these running backs. I just want to be picky. I just want to be picky.
For sure. Yeah, Mixon, I, again, would have checked that box with the similar logic of you're getting a huge ADP discount relative to where he normally goes. Plus, we have already built out what will end up being a secondary game stack of Baltimore, Houston in week 17. And I don't want to be tripping over myself to force that correlation. But if the room is going to give you Tank and Andrews slightly below ADP and Mixon way below ADP and access what will have the highest total week 17 game, yeah, I'm interested in that.
Yeah. I'm very interested in that.
All right. So yeah, we got this 1-4-2 build, and we are going to come up on this sweet spot for running backs. You know, just even looking at ADP right now, you guys can see on the screen, there's not a single wide receiver showing here. So we'll kind of find this sweet spot for a running back here.
Yeah, I was wrong on Jonathon Brooks about what would happen. I was right before I was wrong. I was really into him in the big board. Thought he would rock it up. Then he went to Carolina, and I was like, he'll probably fall now. And then that was very wrong. The second round draft capital people are really psyched about, which I just thought would be a little bit more baked in. But I mean, I do get it. Like I kind of did this with Nico Collins last year, where I was like really high on him when he was cheap, and then kind of was like, oh, this is more expensive than I thought I'd have to pay. I'm not doing that with Brooks. I want to be in even as he rises. Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, you were doing a soliloquy about Brooks, and I thought that meant he was off the board, but he is here past ADP. So I feel like this has to be our click.
No, it was good. That was a diversification strategy because
yeah. Did you think he was off the board when you did that rate?
No, I just honestly thought we would take Jalen Warren anyway. Because Jalen Warren was sitting there. That's what I actually wanted.
Are you just admitting to the world right now, to the 515 people watching Best Ball Breakfast Live, that you were pumping up Jonathon Brooks, hoping he would go and push Jalen Warren down to you at pick 92, sir? Is that what you're admitting?
I plead the fifth.
Disgusting behavior. Thank you, Nikki Six, for not falling for that and taking Jalen Warren.
I plead the fifth.
I have been. You know what, Pat? You can either spin this as one or two ways. You can say you're not as big of an influence as you think because Jalen Warren isn't screaming up draft boards.
That's the answer. That's what.
Or you could be glad that you can continue to get him at ADP, because I've been getting a lot of Jalen Warren and never having to reach for him. Like, it's always at ADP.
No, I never reach for him. Yeah. It's I mean, I do reach for him, but I also don't reach for him. I guess I get him in almost every draft. But yeah, no, it's the Warren bull case is not hit. I don't know. Someone in the chat, I don't know if it was this stream or ship chasing, was just like, nah, I've seen him. Just not into it. Like, yeah, I can't argue with that.
What, like seen the tape?
Yeah, no, I just like seen him play. Just was like, yeah, just wasn't my thing. Like, okay.
My goodness. Do you know what I get, Pat, is there's so many of these guys I have never seen play that it's like this is I don't even know what Jonathon Brooks runs. I've never even seen a Jonathon Brooks highlight. And I love
he's fun.
Him.
He's a fun? Little
yeah,
he's the hope is he's basically like what we wanted DeAndre Swift to be. Like, he's a little like that kind of like versatile. Jacob Sanderson has kind of pointed out he's probably not gonna be a big like goal line guy.
You want to start with a couple rookie running backs here? This feels fun. Trey Benson.
Trey Benson works. Let's see. Javonte, we could look at. I might lean Javonte here. He gives us the correlation.
Do the week
Cincy.
17 use this as a tier break? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Plus,
do.
I mean, I think with Jonathon Brooks, you want to prioritize early season production a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I'm completely fine breaking the tiebreakers in this range here. And yeah, if Jonathon Brooks isn't giving us any early season production and Trey Benson is in a kind of true contingent back spot behind Connor, we could be taking a lot of zeros early. So yeah, I don't mind that at all. Javonte also gives us outs to building out more around this game. Like if we did want to do something with Bo Nix, and I know people are torn on whether they like having two quarterbacks from the same week 17 game, but it also opens up Bo Nix as a late quarterback option.
Yep.
Did you have any thoughts, Pat? One thing, and I've been keeping these pulled up, and one thing I mentioned in the video is the two rookie quarterbacks having the late bye is kind of interesting. This Drake Maye, Bo Nix, specifically with Drake Maye. I've already seen Patriots fans. I think Nick Redmond was calling for the Patriots not to start Drake Maye until after the bye. We have seen that sometimes happen. Do you think, does the late bye scare you as it pertains to Drake Maye not starting the regular season?
No, it's too late.
Too late. It could be.
It's too late.
If it was like 8. Yeah.
If it was 8, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
It's way too late.
Yeah.
They can't get, you're telling me the Patriots are going to go 13 weeks? What are they going to be? 2-11? They're not playing Drake Maye at 2-11?
I think the worry is that they're like 8-6.
I'm not that worried about that, Pete.
What is their
Have you
win
seen this
total?
roster? I don't know.
Did they have
Actually,
a
that's
pretty
good
sick
question.
win total? Like I'm pretty sure it was pretty bad.
Let me see what their win total is.
Make a week 17
over under
matchup. Sure,
4.5. 4.5 win total. It's lower than the Panthers, lower than the Broncos, 2 games lower than the Giants, 2 games lower than the Raiders. It's the lowest in the NFL.
There you go. I will say I do not have a week 17 matchup shirt. That would be very funny. We do have a new piece of merch. I should highlight this now because ADP chasing is later today at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. If you guys watch that show, you'll know one of the signature taglines is someone making a point, the other co-host hating that point and passive aggressively agreeing by saying that's fair. We decided to commemorate that with a t-shirt in the ship chasing font here. So if you guys want to get your That's Fair pocket tees, those are available in the Overzet store here, Pat. Looking forward to your guys' episode of ADP Chasing today at 3:30 Eastern on the Ship Chasing channel.
Yeah, I was poking around on the store actually because you sent us a link for the ADP Chasing guys to get ourselves a shirt, and the Value Hound hats are pretty sick. I really like those a lot.
Pat, speaking of value hounds, Brian Robinson, a few picks past ADP, or do we need to make sure we don't fall behind at wide receiver? What do you think?
Let's see. Shaheed, I like a lot.
One thing, Pat, Brian Robinson, Oppo, our big Atlanta week 17 stack too.
Yeah, I think we go Robinson.
I like Robinson, another guy to pair with Brooks, and I do like Shaheed too, but I feel like this wide receiver range is kind of a similar tier to me, and I think we can kind of get some depth in that range.
Yeah, it's funny. We're like kind of thin at wide receiver all of a sudden.
Yeah,
but yeah, we'll be all right. I think we kind of like need a wide receiver 5 now with this pick. I would say we had flexibility. We've spent the flexibility with 6 straight non-wide receiver picks.
And I was just going to say, this is exactly what happened to me and Shawn, because we started Puka, Drake London, Zay Flowers, Xavier Worthy, and then we didn't have another wide receiver pick until round 11. So very similar thing. Wow. And then we were just having to load up on a bunch of high upside swings. But it does go to show how, because you have that kind of wide receiver ADP purgatory in this range where all of the best picks are quarterbacks and running backs, it does make it hard to catch up there. You just basically have to be patient and say, I'm going to catch up when the wide receivers become better picks again.
Yeah, and I don't think you can be that far behind. Like,
right.
That's where, you think about, am I going to have 2 wide receivers through 5 rounds and be okay, even if there's something really sexy that I can get? You're probably not going to be okay. It's just like, it's so hard to dig out. Where we started 4 straight wide receivers, what are we talking about in round 11? How we feel a little thin at wide receiver. Like that's kind of a crazy landscape.
For sure. So here's the team through 10 rounds. We got Joe Burrow at quarterback, 3 running backs, Jonathon Brooks, Javonte Williams, Brian Robinson, our wide receivers, Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell, tight ends, Mark Andrews, and Kyle Pitts. We can tab off of tight end for the rest of this draft. Looking at ADP, Gus Edwards, Jared Goff, Jacoby Myers, by rank, looks like Josh Palmer. Do we like Josh Palmer on this team? Is there another direction you'd like to go?
I mean, I don't want to click Josh Palmer, but I feel like he's kind of a good pick for this specific team.
Especially because we're going to probably end up with a bunch of rookies with some of these other wide receiver picks.
Yeah, he also, if we want to go, we're not going to do Herbert, but he does open up a path for us that I like.
Yes. Also plays against Denver in week 16 there. So now we are setting up a few different week 16, week 17 correlations with this team. This is exactly what happened to me in my first draft this morning, Pat, where I had all of these avenues for cheap quarterbacks. I had, Baker in my pocket, DK Metcalf, JJ McCarthy. I took Joshua Palmer in this similar spot, and then Herbert came all the way back around, and I was like, okay, I had these other guys, but I'll take Herbert at that price.
Yeah. Herbert falls sometimes. It can be pretty nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll revisit the Patriots thing, but that's not my concern there. I don't think. I think he probably sits like 3-4 games and then they go to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have it is just so funny. I know you and Bineform mentioned it too, like battling about Sam Howell with Jacoby.
I know
Brissett.
Jacoby,
and now you're just completely on the other side
flipped.
where the guy you were scared of is now the guy who is the roadblock to your favorite rookie quarterback getting on the field.
Yeah, but I do think that the incentives are really important to keep in mind. Like last year, I was out on Sam Howell because I thought I was going to get benched because I thought Ron Rivera was going to get fired, and I thought at the end of the season they would be like trying to save their jobs, which is basically exactly what happened. But in the meantime, Sam Howell passed a ton and was a good pick actually. So it was kind of like I was wrong, but for the right reasons, kind of situation.
And you have the safety net in that scenario. We care the most about back-weighted production, the fantasy playoffs, right. And the risk was he was going to get benched there. The risk for Drake Maye is that he misses the first half of the season. That's the risk. Yeah. The risk isn't that he's not playing in week 17.
Yeah, this year the Howell is Daniel Jones.
Yes,
Daniel Jones has injury. He's kind of more the Russell Wilson actually because he has injury guarantees for next year, and then you also look at like. Is Dayball on the hot seat if they don't make the playoffs? Like, yup. Is Shane on the hot seat if they don't make the playoffs? Yes. Very much so. Like, maybe not even the hot seat. He might just be gone. And Dayball probably goes with him. So I think these guys are going to be – they're incentivized to try something else out if it's not working. And those types of spots are really scary in this tournament.
Yep. All right, we're about to pick at 140 in round 12. This is Best Ball Breakfast. We got 4 total drafts today, 2 in the books, halfway through the third with Pat Kerrane. Easy from the Deposit Kingdom will be coming on for a 4th and final draft at 1 o'clock. He built out a cool correlation spreadsheet we're going to draft off of. Pat, we are about to be on the clock. Justin Herbert didn't make it back. We have seen a string of wide receivers go to the point I think this might push us to a 4th running back in this range, unless you like the Jahan Dotson ADP value. Otherwise, it's probably a running back.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's a running back here. I think it's a running back, and we bought ourselves that a little more flexibility to go with the running back. The only wide receiver I would consider, or
would you want to do Kirk and lock it up, or do you want to push Kirk with that double?
I think we push Kirk and go Dowdle.
Okay. Yeah, let's grab that. I mean, I don't believe there are. I mean, the Bijan drafter is behind us, so I don't think anyone would want to take Kirk unstacked on this side of the board. So that, I think, was the way to play it.
Yeah, because I mean, like, we have Burrow too, you know, so it's not even like.
So I guess
quarterback's
that's the
not
question.
our priority.
Because I don't feel wedded to. I mean, we would be getting Kirk at a nice discount. But I also have no problem if we're like, hey, we have other stacks. I guess the only really other stack we would have would be if we built out another backdoor one. So I do think Kirk is kind of a priority with this next pick, but do you disagree?
No, I just thought
he does go.
Well, then he goes.
There you go. Which is fine. Yeah.
I think we gain more with Dowdle being a hit than we do with Kirk being a hit, given that we have three running backs before the pick, one of them coming off a torn ACL, the other two being Javonte Williams and Brian Robinson. So, like, it's a true zero running back build. Like, I think Dowdle gives us more there than a quarterback two. That said, I would have really liked to get Kirk Cousins with this next pick.
Yeah. And this goes back to, the being at peace with getting sniped and knowing that there's other, backdoor stacks that we can still build out here. Maybe it pushes us to a 3 quarterback build, which I don't think is an awful thing if that happens. We know we're done at tight end. This will be an interesting pick here in the 13th. There's a couple rookie wide receivers that could make sense. There's going to be some more zero running back targets. I guess I would say we're definitely not doing quarterback here. So it's kind of like the Jalen Polk or double stacking Burrow.
I think we double stack Burrow, right? You take the
kind
of bird in the hand there.
Yes. And this is these kind of picks. I do think it's good to point out, like, all right, Polk has a slightly higher ADP. I think most people would agree Burton and Polk are in a similar tier. This is when you use the correlation tiebreaker to make the decision.
We do have Palmer, so there's that correlation tiebreaker there on the other end, and we need another quarterback, so it sets up a backdoor stack. So I think there was a strong case for Polk there.
Yeah.
If you weren't double stacking Burrow, I think. I mean, I think Polk's actually just a good pick. But Burton, it's tough for me not to take Burton and just straight up double stack the quarterback that, we spent a 7th round pick on. That just seems like kind of the don't drop the baby move.
That's the push for me there too and we know we're not, tacking on Gesicki, right? We're done at tight end. There really is, that's last call for getting your Joe Burrow piece. Zach Moss is gone. Chase Brown is gone. It's Burton or skinny stack. And Burrow is always a guy I would prefer to double stack, specifically at that price. So Burton here, I think, was definitely the priority.
Yeah. I mean, we know how Burrow goes off. He goes off through the air, bringing multiple pass catchers along. I mean, Tyler Boyd is won, DFS tournaments for people.
Yeah.
What FanDuel? When Levitan won, didn't he win with a Boyd Burrow double stack?
I believe he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So this dude can bring a double stack along in a big way in half PPR. Yeah,
for sure. All right. Let's see here. So we have, we got Joe Burrow at quarterback. We're up to 4 running backs: Jonathon Brooks, Javonte Williams, Brian Robinson Jr., Rico Dowdle, a true zero RB room here. We're up to 6 wide receivers: Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell, Joshua Palmer, Jermaine Burton, tight end Mark Andrews, and Kyle Pitts. We got that double stack with Burrow. We got that secondary double stack without the quarterback with Atlanta, and going to have some fun ways to kind of build out some secondary stacks here. I think this will be a fun finish.
I agree. We'll see. We'll see where we end up. What do you think? So the guy at 1 took Kirk Cousins, which is my fault because I made fun of him for taking Sam Laporta about 18 picks ahead of where he should go.
I just don't like, there is a price for the unstacked statue quarterback value. You know, I think there is. Like, we drafted Aaron Rodgers at pick 200 in a ship chasing draft, although we had a stack with that even then. But I just have a hard time. I would need Kirk Cousins like 30, 40 picks past to consider that.
Let's go.
You wanted the Polk. Right?
I wanted the Polk. I've been sitting here sweating Polk this whole time.
Pat just can't envision a Javon Baker, Antonio Gibson version of the stack. You had to have Polk. This is rare, right? Where it's like, generally you would say take Polk first and see if Burton gets pushed because he has the later ADP. We said, no, we're not risking not getting the double. So then for the higher ADP guy to come all the way back around is pretty nice.
It's extremely nice. I'm feeling good right now. Feeling good.
I also want to mention here, our friend and ship chasing co-host Ben Gretsch is going to have a stream starting immediately after this at 2 p.m. Eastern over on his Stealing Signals YouTube. I'm going to set up a redirect so you guys can head right there once I'm done drafting with Easy. But we have basically structured this day where you can have nonstop drafting content and fantasy football content throughout the day. So you have Best Ball Breakfast up until 2. Then you pop over to Stealing Signals YouTube. Make sure you guys are subscribed to that as well. I'm going to drop the link in the chat in a second. You watch Gretsch from 2 to 3:30. And then you pop over to ADP Chasing on the Ship Chasing channel. I'm not going to try to guess when they will finish. Let's just say 3:30 to a ambiguous end time. And then you emerge and say, I got no work done, and you have dinner with your family. It's a great way to spend your day, Pat.
It is, yeah. If you're West Coast, you just pop right into happy hour, you know. But don't do any work. Don't do any work. You wake up on West Coast. You wake up a little late, pop on Best Ball Breakfast, and just watch YouTube all day, and then go grab a beer.
There you go. I did just drop the link. And this is a relatively new YouTube channel. Gretsch has spun up. He's going to be doing more content over there on Stealing Signals. Make sure you guys get subscribed to that. I just dropped the link in the chat. And like I said, I'll set up that redirect so you guys can head right over there after this for a full day of best ball programming.
Sacrilegious says we're describing his exact day.
Exactly. There we go. Yeah, people they want ship chasing doctor's notes. That'd be a good bit.
That's every Monday though. I mean, that's a recurring. Every Monday, and on Thursdays. I mean, geez,
that is going to be a tougher sell. Man, looking at the wide receiver pool here, this might be a spot where you would reach to push up a guy like Javon Baker, or do you like one of these running backs? I mean, Tracy's always interesting to me here. What do you think is the play?
I think we take Baker. Personally, Tracy's interesting though.
Yeah, I think it's hard to know who is more likely to come back. I mean, by ADP, it's probably Baker, but similar thing. We're setting up this double stack here. I think that makes sense. The question, Pat, is this a 2 QB or 3 QB team?
If things go to plan, I think it's 2 QB. Because we're leaning on Burrow for a while, but we spent a lot of capital on him. We have him double stacked. We got him with Chase. Everyone's healthy. Things are going good. They're passing a lot. I think we'll be okay for the regular season. And as I've said before, I think it's not going to be that far into the regular season that we might be one quarterback.
Yeah. Yep. The only other consideration would have been, would you have done the other thing, Pat, is we could have done Jaleel McLaughlin, then you take both backs, and then Bo Nix and just pray for the check down machine narrative with that stack would have been another way to kind of do it. You could also do a Bo Nix, Drake Maye, bam, 3 QB.
You could. And Bo Nix is going to be out there starting from day one for sure. So, that is nice. But I don't know. I was kind of thinking about Bo Nix earlier, thinking about maybe Sutton. but it didn't end up kind of heading in that direction. So stacking him, we don't have him stacked. We just have him as like a tag along to Burrow, and we're like covering. He doesn't give us a second out in week 17. He helps us get there, right? He helps us get probably through more of the regular season, but like if Burton and Chase are what you need, Bo Nix is not what you need.
Yeah,
Burrow's what you need.
The other thing, Pat, is if you do 2 quarterbacks, that leaves this as a 5 running back build. And as much as I'm willing to push it, I would say a Jonathon Brooks anchored team is probably a little light at 5 running backs.
Yeah, we go
flip side,
2 running backs, right?
Yes, but the flip side is there are not very many attractive running backs left.
Yeah, who's left?
We can make this work.
Yeah,
we can make it work.
We're okay.
I actually think on this team here, Pat, do you want to just lock up May and make sure there's no tomfoolery with that?
Yes, I was basically going to beg you to let us take May here.
No, there's no. If there was a running back faller here, I would have maybe pushed back, but I think we need to lock this up to play out this thesis.
We have double stack. We have a Palmer bring back. This is a don't drop the baby pick here. We get the quarterback 2 that's stacked, brought back, and allows us to not worry about trying to make this a 3 quarterback build. Because May, look, in this universe that we're drafting, May is starting pretty early in the season, and he's good.
Yeah.
And if he's good, like he runs a lot, he scrambles, he throws deep, he's going to be really, really fun for fantasy. Young Carson Wentz kind of vibes, right, for fantasy, even if he's like not that good ultimately, but he's like good enough to get out there. But I also think he could be like quite a bit better than that. So just feels like what are we gaining if we push it? And we're like probably not gaining anything at all.
One other thing I'm kind of glad, I think, we had a string there. It started with passing on Trey Benson. The fact that we have gone with a pretty lean 0 running back room, I'm glad we kind of prioritize some of these touches. Javonte Williams, Brian Robinson, and Rico, I feel pretty good about the touches we bought there at a cheap cost. We can buoy ourselves until Brooks is ready to be our playoff hammer. And now we're not quite as like, holy shit, this room is so thin, like with having no guys who are getting touches.
Yeah, no, I really like this running back room a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty
And it goes back to, I talked about this with Shawn. We've talked about it before on shows where it's like, yes, we are playing this as if, Jonathon Brooks is this year's Breece Hall and he emerges as a 2nd round running back value, like down the stretch. And we got an anchor RB at a discount. And then we built a room around anchor running back Jonathon Brooks.
Yep. And we get him there with like some boring, really underpriced volume and Brian Robinson and Javonte Williams.
I was going to float Foreman for this team. Also plays Cincinnati in week 16.
Foreman is who I wanted as well.
So yeah, Foreman again kind of falls into that. Let's continue getting some more touches on a thinner running back room, get some correlation with Cincinnati. So now we have week 16, week 17 running back bringbacks, which is fun, right? Because you tell that story. The Bengals are in a negative game script. Those running backs are hitting, and then Joe Burrow is chucking it around the yard.
Love it. What's our wide receiver room look like?
Yeah, so we recovered pretty well. We had those 4 early, Jamar Chase, Drake London, Neighbors, and Dell through 44 picks. Didn't take our next wide receiver until 125, but then added on Joshua Palmer, Jermaine Burton, Jalen Polk, and Javon Baker.
Nice. Yeah, it feels pretty good. We swung for the fences. 3 rookies plus Palmer.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't swing for the fences with Palmer. But
yeah.
I like the combination of Palmer plus 3 rookies.
Yeah, so I guess the interesting thing here would be, do we have a running back we like enough? Like if you got completely wiped out, I honestly think at this point, because we got these 4 guys, I feel comfortable with touches. Like you could talk me into a 5 running back room here and tack on Knicks, or we play another wide receiver or running back dart.
Did
you can sit on it.
Did Estime go?
I doubt it. I highly
Okay.
doubt it. He hasn't been going in these.
He'd be
I guess
kinda
he does go 207. He's just never in the ranks.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of interesting as a bring back.
Well, we do have Javonte. You know that, right?
Oh, right. Sorry. That
Ricky
dad ball
Dadball.
hit. It didn't hit till the 18th round, though. You got to give me credit for that. Yeah, Knicks
This is
probably makes more sense.
This is another good plug for ADP chasing today. So the topic that they're going to have, and I saw some of the charts that Sam Sherman put together, is looking at all of these backfields. And I like the way he put it together, applying a confidence interval to the RB2 spot. And this kind of dovetails with some of these spots you're going to find at the end of drafts where we are conscious of, could these guys be a zero? Could they be the RB3 on their team? What percentage likelihood are they actually the running back too? And I think it's a really good exercise for informing these late round running back picks. And I'm excited to hear you guys talk that out today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And we, these types of bets are how we found Kyren.
Yeah.
No one thought Kyren was going to be Kyren. I don't even think the Rams really thought he was going to be that. But he was rested with the starters in the preseason, and he was talked up all offseason as the clear number 2. So, you kind of get yourself in the door and then hope it absolutely smashes once you're on the right play. But yeah, we're going to be looking for those guys that give us a chance to get lucky.
So this would be, the decision comes down to Bo Nix, third QB, or like a flyer on a Lauby, CEH, Evan Hull type, I think is kind of where we're at here.
Yeah, where are you at on that decision?
I think I lean Nix.
I think I do too.
I think if we had the Trey Benson, if we had another like Marshawn Lloyd in here instead of Rico Dowdle, I'd be like, let's get another running back body. I think we can play this as a super thin room. And then on top of it, we've essentially round robined some of these extra games with the Chargers, where we have the Cincinnati, New England, Denver, and then Chargers secondary stack, where we're getting the benefits of that twice because the Chargers play against Denver in week 16 and then against New England in week 17.
So that's pretty fun.
Yeah. And like, I do think if all things were perfectly equal and there was a running back we liked, I'm trying to think of a guy, like say if Eli Mitchell fell there, Pat, would you have wanted to go Eli Mitchell instead of Bo Nix?
Yeah. Or I think pretty clearly Eli Mitchell. I mean, we could have tried to push Foreman there.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think we would have gone Eli Mitchell for sure. There just wasn't anybody that really jumps out.
Yeah. Like you said, you had floated Estime, which if we didn't have Javonte, I think that would have made some sense. But again, Estime is the type of pick that is, I think, very scary. Like, I am terrified to make that pick now, but even though I don't like Estime as a player and I like these other backs on the Broncos, if come August, we hear he is the clear number 2 and Sean Payton loves him and he's going to be his early down back and all this jazz, it's like, okay, I will be in. I will pack my Estime RB2 shares, but I don't think we have that confidence level right now.
No, I mean, he's talking up some other dude they didn't even draft.
Blake Watson, yeah.
2
Blake Watson mentions on today's show. That's how you know we're going deep.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we do wipe our memories every year, like Zach Evans. Remember him?
Yes.
Remember drafting Zach Evans?
I remember him because I was drafting him.
Yeah, Eric Gray. Remember drafting Eric Gray? These dudes, like, we draft guys this time of year that we will never remember again.
Yes, we're good at that.
We're good at that, and then we forget. Then we take them out, but it's the dead roster spots do hurt. So I mean, if you look at this, any roster can have dead roster spots because of injury, but this is a decent roster from the perspective of avoiding dead roster spots, right? Like, Dowdle is going to be out there. Foreman's going to be doing a Foreman thing. He's a very specific player, but he'll be out there. Javon Baker's probably your biggest risk of a true dead roster spot. Just doesn't really get on the field as a day 3 guy. But overall, I think it's a fairly high floor roster in that sense.
Yes. Let's recap this team here for the audio listeners, and then we're going to have Easy from the Deposit Kingdom coming on to do a final draft this morning. Ended up with a 3-5-8-2 build. This was a unique team in that we got so much ADP value early, and then we're kind of having to, quote unquote, reach a little bit in the later rounds. Nothing like egregious where we were hemorrhaging value, but we did have to kind of go get our guys to make this team work. But I like how it turned out. Joe Burrow, Drake Maye, Bo Nix at quarterback, a true zero RB room here. Jonathon Brooks, Javonte Williams, Brian Robinson Jr., Rico Dowdle, and Deontay Foreman. Did get up to 8 wide receivers: Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Tank Dell, Joshua Palmer, Jermaine Burton, Jalen Polk, and Javon Baker. And then our bully tight end that fell into our lap, Mark Andrews and Kyle Pitts. This is a fun team, Pat.
I really like this team. This seems like just, it makes a bet. Makes several bets on like very specific outcomes. Jonathon Brooks is him. Drake Maye plays early and powers a couple different receivers. Joe Burrow goes nuts in the playoffs and brings along his deep threat rookie wide receiver. But those are like kind of like if those three things happen, like did I say 3 or 4 things? However many things I said, if those happen, we're cooking. Like this. The other thing we bet on is the Atlanta offense, right? The Atlanta offense needs to be good for us. Kirk Cousins needs to have a big game in week 15, 16, 17, ideally all 3. But we potentially have him covered by Burrow going off as well, May doing stuff with his legs. So having the double stack without Cousins is not really a problem. Having Cousins without anyone stacked with him is much less appealing.
Yep. And all of our primary stacks we have covered for week 16 and week 17. I think the only week 16 we don't even have covered is New England plays Buffalo in week 16. But that's at Buffalo. It'll probably be like minus 40 degrees and they won't even be able to play football. So I think that's okay.
No, I was going to suggest a bill, but just the weather for that game is forecast to be so bad. I thought it was negative EV.
Yeah, even our Atlanta one is fun because they play Neighbors in week 16 and then play Brian Robinson in week 17. So even our secondary stacks there have some fun week 16, 17 correlation. Pat, let people know what's going on at Legendary Upside before you get out of here.
Yeah, Legendary Upside. We are launching FFPC rankings this week. We got DraftKings rankings and Underdog rankings updated daily. We have currently a deal going where you can get $50 in Underdog credit for a yearly subscription. Go to legendaryupside.com/perks to check out how to do that. And gonna have some content out on the site this week from Sacrilegious and Stephanie Miller, Dynasty and Best Ball content for you.
Awesome. Check all of that out on Legendary Upside. And like I mentioned before, you can check Pat out on ADP Chasing later today at 3:30 p.m. Eastern if you want to hear those guys dive into more of these running back depth chart dynamics. Pat, great time as always. We'll see you next time here on Best Ball Breakfast.
See you later.
All right. Peace. All right. Next up, we got my guy Easy from the Deposit Kingdom, clearly ready for Best Ball Bro Summer with the backward hat and the tank top. Is this cosplay or just your natural attire on a Monday afternoon?
No, this was a special request. Shout out the Deposit Kingdom. I was fielding. I was like, got to get in the mentality. I'm not super deep. I've spent a lot of time thinking about best ball. I'm not super deep in drafts, but how do I get in the zone for wanting to draft a Best Ball Mania? And this is what we went with.
There you go. Yes, I feel like I'm just looking in the mirror right now. Although I don't. It's rainy here in New England, so I couldn't justify the tank top.
75 and sunny. It's nice.
Goodness, you're living the good life. Actually, maybe it is sunny. Maybe it's gotten sunny since I went in my basement. All right, we're gonna do a Best Ball Mania draft here in a second, but excited to draft with Easy for multiple reasons. One, Easy is a very sharp drafter. You guys watched us draft a team. I think it was around July 4th last year. And Easy One had an awesome Best Ball Mania year last year. What was it? 55 of 150 teams you advanced?
57. Sorry to
57.
have to correct you there.
Yeah. For people who know how to do basic math, that is an absurd advance rate, well over a third of his teams there advancing. And then on top of it, what I thought was particularly impressive is a lot of people would say, all right, Easy had a bunch of big player stands. He was optimizing for the regular season. He wasn't going to ever win, all these prizes because he wasn't correlated. And yet that was the opposite. You had built this spreadsheet. You had drafted all of your teams with a lot of correlation in mind. And I thought the fact that you were able to juggle those two initiatives, having your player takes dominating your advance rate while still saying, if I get there, I'm live to win it, was a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, thank you. And it's pretty thoughtful, right? Nothing kind of happens on accident. And, the contest dynamics change a lot year to year and contest to contest, even within the year. So looking at the landscape for 2024 is quite a bit different, right? Less priority in, the regular season. Obviously, you still want to advance a bunch of teams is the best way to get to the finals, right? But yeah, just being mindful and I've spent a lot of time in trying to give people options and ways to think about different contests and things that are important to them. Last year was pretty important to me to try and show up with as many what I thought exploitable positions. But this year, the contest is a bit flatter, Best Ball Mania specifically, in week 17. And, the importance in getting there is a bit higher, I think, than it has been in years past. So, I've adjusted, correlation stuff a bit to reflect that. But
yeah, I'm going to pull up just so people can see what we are going to be using here. Let the people know first off where they can check this out, because you have your site. And if they want access to this spreadsheet that we're going to draft off of, and everyone's going to get to see exactly how it works, and we'll describe it as we go. But let people know where they can find this first and foremost.
Bit of a mouthful. easydfs.xyz, because someone beat me to the .com. That's where I have all my stuff that I'll be doing all year. This audience might care most about, best ball. I do MLB. It's been a bit of a slow week transitioning, getting stuff live for NFL, but yeah, NFL best ball products. We did a best ball product for baseball. So this will be live through, the off season. I'm changing things constantly. I'm adding custom uploads. So you can get my rankings in the sheet, which I think are probably the most, the sheet itself, I think is one of the more valuable tools out there. And trying to, what are you thinking about on the clock? Right. So that's where I've spent the majority of my time, but also during the season, I do a lot of weekly spreadsheets for DraftKings, and I plan to do stuff for Underdog Daily and, Battle Royales as well. Obviously correlation and rankings are important there. And I think it's a bit of an underserved market. You do a great job with content, but there's not as many tools there, as opposed to the abundance of sims and, typical DFS world. So looking to attack that pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think there's so much. One of the biggest questions people now get, where it's more and more people are on board with the concept of correlating, yet the next question is, how do I actually do it? How do I quantify this? Am I allowed to reach 3 rounds? Am I allowed to reach 1 round? And I think what your sheet does is quantify this in a way, and then provides the drafter with the ability to say, okay, can I be patient and get this, even though I see this correlation boost? But I think the main thing that your sheet illustrates this, and I said this in a video that's going to come out tomorrow, is that our draft boards should dynamically be changing based on what we have already done in a draft. And anyone who's done playoff best ball, this kind of dynamic is paramount. It's man, once you make that first pick, you need that team going to the finals. It's a little less so in Best Ball Mania, but the whole point is you can't just draft off ADP. You can't just draft off of ranks, because your rank should be dynamically changed based on what you do at the beginning of your draft.
Yeah. And basically, if you think about it, it's once you select someone the top 5, for example, or the top 4, is pretty flat, the receivers. But once you click Tyreek Hill, it's not just a bet on Tyreek Hill. Now you're saying Tyreek Hill is going to beat CeeDee Lamb, Chase, Jefferson, and for this team to be good. And what does that mean? The trickle down impacts of that means that Tua has a significantly higher likelihood of being someone that is going to help you, especially down the stretch. There's regular season benefits to stacking teammates. There's playoff benefits. Opponents, we know all of these things, but what I try to do, and I can we could do it as we draft, but if you pick 101, you click Christian McCaffrey, the board on the right will update and it'll tell you like, here's resorting, right? You might have liked Deebo Samuel a lot, but like, because you have CMC now, Deebo might be a little negative. It's hard for them to both get there in the same script. Sam Laporta goes up. So like all these things, it's like, you can't just show up. It's really hard to show up to a draft with rankings and just, there's a lot of things to consider. And this tries to simplify it with way too many cells and colors and stuff.
Yes, you are a conditional formatting king here. I think just let people know a little bit the math behind the boost, because I know these are inputs that people can actually go in and toggle, right? If they want, and if they want to put more premium on. So let the people know, like, what is the math driving the percentage boost?
Yeah, I've actually changed it. So if you scroll down, it's all here. So you really, if you don't want to, you can just stay here. But like, depending on things that matter to you, like I have what I think or what I'm planning to use for Best Ball Mania. Like, if you think about a season, right, it's like 1 out of 17 weeks is like roughly 5%. Yeah. So basically, just what is your importance for each playoff week as far as opponents and same team stuff. So I gave people a couple different options. For someone like the third one is one that kind of makes me laugh. Like week 17 is literally all that matters.
Yeah.
Put 100% importance, and that is just going to crush teammates except for like quarterback, receiver, and it's going to super boost opponents there. And it's a really funny one. Fun thought exercise. Someone like Chip, but like if you're playing, you can type in custom ones if you just care about making the playoffs, if you care a lot about week 16. So like it gives you different options to say, where are you putting your premiums like in the playoffs? Or if you don't care, you can just say like, flatten it out for me.
One of the other things that I love about this, and I think is one of the like sneaky hidden benefits to being a playoff correlation bro, is the natural diversification stuff. And there is, Davis has talked about it. We've all talked about this, where it's like we get in the week 17 correlating mindset and you're just correlating the same late 17th, 18th round picks every time.
Yeah.
And it's not that that's necessarily bad, specifically if you really like those players and think they're mispriced. But if you go in here and you're like, I'm going to do a week 17 is all that matters draft, I'm going to do a playoff balanced is all that matters, you're going to get different flavors of teams. And I think that's also a really fun way. Like your portfolio doesn't have to be exclusively optimized for a week. Like you could have a segment or tranche of your drafts where you're like, I want this to be the week 16, whatever.
Yeah. And it's probably like a really interesting way to do it is like, like this week or like this day, I'm just going to change my settings and go for something opposite of what I normally do and get some diversification that way. But it's so hard. Like the printouts are funny, and like you still have a printer in 2024, which was like the most surprising thing I heard.
She's the mature
today.
one. Yeah.
But like, it's really hard to like think about it's hard enough to memorize week 17. I still have last year's on my mind. So like, week 16, week 15, let alone. So tries to help facilitate that, for folks.
For sure. All right. I just hopped us in a Best Ball Mania draft. I tipped off you guys in the Best Ball Breakfast channel in the Discord. Easy. We got the 1-3 here. I see our friend TD managed to sneak in this one. Otherwise, DJ Sabers, I recognize as well. So ready to battle from the 1-3. And like you said, I do have your ranks uploaded here, but we're going to be tabbing back and forth between the board and our dynamically adjusted board to see how we want to play this.
Yep.
Do you have, because one thing where you and me, we might differ, or maybe we don't. I'm curious your thoughts, because I was DMing with Easy as I was working on this video, and Easy shared some screenshots with me that I'm using in my video. I really don't think about the correlation stuff that much through the first 3, 4, 5 rounds. How much are you actually going out of your way to get that? Because if you use your sheet, you will see these guys boosted. I guess I'm just not forcing it though.
Yeah. I mean, it's all cost adjusted. And like, if I think I can get certain combos later, like I'm not going to reach a half round or a round early. I think this year more than last, the first 2 round ADPs are like decent. I like Tyreek Hill here.
Yeah, me too. Let's do it.
Pretty comfortably, but like, I'm not forcing it. You can also end up getting into a lot of the similar combos. I think the more than last year, the first 2 rounds are pretty decent. Maybe round 2 is like, I should say round 2 is iffy, but I think that the guys are more or less in the correct-ish order, and there's no one like super out of place compared to, Najee Harris from 2 years ago in round 1 and Dalvin Cook, et cetera. Like, I don't think we have anything remotely like that. So yeah, it's most helpful to break ties in the later rounds and understand who are the super important guys to make this team sing, of when do you draft that quarterback? When do you draft that 6 wide receiver bring back that you haven't, stacked that guy yet?
For sure. Yeah. And then that's and I get more and more loose with it. Because the opportunity cost for correlating after round 13 or 14 is non-existent.
Correct.
The Pat I just did, draft I did with Pat. We're going to take Jermaine Burton 15 picks ahead of ADP because we have Joe Burrow. Who cares? ADP isn't even a predictor of fantasy points in that range.
Yeah, big time. Draft capital, contributions or, historical contributions to a team, it just falls off a cliff super quick and even beginning round 3 or 4. I think I will respect ADP more than I have in years past a little bit, just because of contest meta changing. And I want to allow myself to show up with I just want a live team. It's going to be hard to, be good without making the finals. So just having a finals team is going to be, a big part of my strategy. And so, with that comes a little more respect up top, and then hammer your guys in the mid to late.
Yeah, you don't have to tip anyone off yet, because I would like to get some of them if you have them. But do you have any of your Derrick Henry, Mike Evans, the guys you were extremely omega overweight last year? Are any of those forming for you so far?
I've only done 2 so far. So I don't know yet, but there's a couple of guys like that, or I'm 20, 30 picks ahead of, and I just know either A, the market is wrong, or B, I'm wrong. And I'm just going to so no, early, no. I don't think I'm going to have the Derrick Henry. Actually, between you and me, Derrick Henry might be the Derrick Henry again, as he's cheaper and has nothing to do with who he plays week 17. Yeah, no, I was wrong about that. But yeah.
And I think, again, that goes back to both with correlating and also with player stands. I'm more loose with it the further I get in the draft. And that was what made it so more impressive too. Not only did you have these omega player stands, it wasn't on a 17th round wide receiver you liked. It was on a 2nd round running back, on, a 6th round wide receiver, where you can get burned pretty easily if those guys don't, pay off in the way you thought they would. All right, we're about to pick at 210. We've started with Tyreek Hill here. I do notice you, of course, have your guy, Mike Evans, up here. I'm sorting by rank and ADP. Who do you want to do?
I like Evans, I think. I mean, Olave, I assume, is gone.
Yeah. By ADP, it would be Kyren, Evans, Achane.
Yeah.
Let's
Evans here.
And so now let's go check on our board here, where now we have selected Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans. You can see the matchups here, and then we can go over and see if there's any boosts that are starting to happen. Achane really the only guy up here getting an initial boost.
Yeah, as you see, it's very minimal for Houston. Apparently plays Miami in week 15. It's so minimal, might move a guy 1 spot. So that's one where I'm just not reaching. I'll let that happen. If it falls, Achane is good. And also you can continue to back these bets up later. You add Tua to this team, Achane becomes so good, right?
Yeah. The other thing too about the sheet and thinking about correlations, and I think a risk of over prioritizing it early, although actually let's make this pick and then I can make that point. Yeah. So I think Achane would definitely be the pick here if he falls. Otherwise, do you like Diggs, DJ Moore, or by your ranks, Devontae Smith, Big Dog? Achane falls.
Yeah, I'm open to I have Achane and Diggs back to back ish, but I don't know. I'm not like super jazzed about Diggs this year.
Yeah, me either.
Like I think that there's some tail risk there that he ends up the 3.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with Achane.
Yeah, let's do it. The point I was going to make about if you're going out of your way to dial up stacks, it limits your flexibility in that like certain targets then become mandatory. Like say we started Hill, Waddle, Achane. It's like this team absolutely has to have Tua. Like you're kind of having to go out of your way to get this version of your team. It's just more rigid versus you take like 4 or 5 different players early and it opens up the game tree and the correlation tree in all these different directions that I think gives you a lot of flexibility.
Yes, for sure. So like there's diminishing, like you'll notice that having Hill and Achane, like if you were to just stop there, like it's slightly negative, I think. Or like neutral-ish, because unless you add Tua, because now you're saying like it's a touchdown heavy format, right? So unless you're having like, unless they're playing the Broncos, game where they're putting up 60 plus points. And of course there are many times where Reek and Achane do get there the same time, but like thinking of 75th to like 90th percentiles, there is like a neutral to even sometimes slightly negative correlation unless you're saying Tua has a good game too. So Tua does become pretty important, but like as you add on pieces and pieces, your quarter, like you have to have that quarterback. Otherwise, it's just so unlikely that, let's say, a Miami Dolphin is optimal in 3 rounds compared to all the other guys around him. Like it's extremely unlikely.
I think the only counter I would say to that is it doesn't preclude you. Like, even if we get sniped on Tua, it is not going to preclude us from building out a Baker double stack, another double stack.
100%.
And so we are going to reap the benefits. We will prioritize correlation no matter what. Maybe it is not our preferred path, but we will just then have secondary, third, fourth level stacks because we're only going to start 2 to 3 quarterbacks anyways. And we would ideally like to have more stacks than just 2 to 3.
Yeah, and like I was a big proponent because of the playoff gauntlet last year, and this year's like similar to like having 3 quarterbacks more than most because it gives you more options in the playoff weeks where you have to be first. And that quarterback bet is often taking 1 to 3 guys with him, so to help you vault up to the top of a single week leaderboard. So yeah, like the optionality, and this is something I remember last year for like. I forget. I want to say it was the Eagles where I don't remember who they played. I know they played the Cardinals week 17, but like they played cheap quarterbacks in all 3 playoff rounds. And that was something where I was attacking. Yeah. I don't remember who it was, but I was like,
it the Saints in 16? I think it might
probably. Yeah, it's like Taysom, but like once you start drafting and you realize like, oh, I'm okay getting sniped on Tua because they have Cleveland is cheap in week 17 and San Francisco, if you wanted to do like a Purdy, Kittle, Pearsall type of thing. So starting to get to understand like, bailouts, reps matter a lot here.
For sure. We're about to pick at 410 here. We got a couple elite quarterbacks at the top of the ranks. Lamar goes. Amari correlated with our Dolphins thing. Any other direction you'd go here?
It probably would have been Lamar and hope for Andrews, but I like Amari. I think he might be close to, if not the top, like available option for me. So
yeah, it would only, I guess, ETN as the ADP faller would probably be the only other consideration there.
Yeah, and it's really hard for me to like. I kind of want to bump ETN down, like coach speak wise. Maybe that's an overreaction. I'm not super high on him. I think I'm probably behind ADP, and it's hard. I'm less zero RB bro than most in these like corners of the internet, but it's really hard for me to walk into this room and take 2 running backs in 4 rounds. Yeah,
it can definitely. You can definitely get behind quickly. We do grab Amari there. I think that's another. We did this on chip chasing the other day when we had the similar start with Tyreek, where I love this because I'm not a huge Amari guy. I kind of prefer Christian Kirk, but it's like, this is how I'm going to get natural diversification. I'm going to get him at ADP. I'm going to get him correlated and get that boost in the way I'm not necessarily getting with Kirk and letting that break the tie for me. So I'm still getting exposure. I don't want to be overconfident in my eval, but then I get the correlation boost on top of it.
Yep.
We said that if ETN falls one more pick, we're going to have to take him at 5.3, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
What
he
do you
didn't
think?
end up like in
Did
the
he not-
recommendations because he's so past ADP. But if you scroll down and dumped him in there, so like I have him, he would be the best pick on the board unless we got Pacheco.
Yeah, I've actually been wanting to get a little bit more Pacheco there. So ETN does go. Wait, is Pacheco gone? Oh yeah, Pacheco went. So Mahomes Andrews is here. Mahomes, Andrews, James Cook, Brown.
I don't do much elite tight end, but the price feels good for Andrews here.
Yeah,
to me.
Let's do that. No correlation stuff, just kind of a structural thing here with Andrews. So we have Devon Achane at running back, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Amari Cooper at wide receiver, and Mark Andrews at tight end. As easy updates the sheet here, Christopher caught the beginning of the stream, had multiple meetings, got some work done, went to lunch, came back, and the stream is still going. Yeah, get used to these. It will always be at least 3 drafts. I definitely want to do some more 4 draft streams. Enjoy getting to fire these all off in a row. If you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, make sure you guys are. We'll be here every Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern for Best Ball Breakfast, and then also get subscribed to the Deposit Kingdom channel. I saw someone in the chat earlier complaining that I spent too much time talking about mulch and coffee. If you don't want the lifestyle elements of this stream and me hanging out with my friends, go to the Deposit Kingdom channel. I do not waste any of your time there. It is nonstop information strategy. That's what that channel is for. If you don't like me and you just want the info, that's where you go. Although maybe it wouldn't work if you don't like me, then you wouldn't want any of it. Any other updates and considerations now that we have these picks pulled in as far as things we should be considering on this squad?
No, I mean, I think we're set up like Tua and or even Deshaun, dare I say, are obviously super available for this team, like a cheap Baker. Like I think that the elite QBs are fairly priced. There's a couple of guys in the next pocket, the end of the next pocket that I like, but I think the cheap quarterbacks are pretty underpriced, or at least some of them, in the right context. So I'm happy to go with like a Tua, Deshaun, Baker type build. I like a lot of rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So yeah, this gives us options. Houston, like Baltimore, we might not end up stacking Mark Andrews too many ways, if at all. And that's okay. Cause like, he's just kind of, Mark Andrews is Mark Andrews.
Yeah. That's the other point I make in the video that'll come out tomorrow, is that like these early round guys, and specifically the ones who are studs, and like I think Mark Andrews is an alpha player. He can get there in any game environment. It could be a low scoring game and he just hogs the entire offense. He can get there via touchdowns. He can get there in a shootout. Like the selling point of these early round picks is they can get there in any way. It's the later picks, the fringe guys who aren't alphas, that need the correlation boost to have like a really tournament winning type score.
Exactly. Yeah. And we try and take that into account. Like the, round 16 receiver is more influenced by stacking than, an early standalone guy.
Yeah. Because I would say the one thing that I think is interesting about your sheet, if someone were to load it up and kind of not understand the context of draft rooms and ADP value, the risk would be that they just are reaching a ton at every pick. They end up with a really correlated team, but it's essentially a watered down version of what more patient drafters will have built.
Maybe like last year, probably more so. I've spent a lot of time respecting the market this year to make sure, just because last year it was like a fun and free tool and like something that I was using and I felt really confident in, but like a lot of the feedback I got, people are scared to use it because of like the ADP reaches, or they want to upload rankings. So like I'm testing now being able to upload rankings or even draft off ADP. That's something I feel pretty decent about. This should go live probably tomorrow after I am able to test it a little bit more. So you can feel better about that, but there won't be huge reaches, especially in the first few rounds. Later it becomes, reps help, right? Knowing when to push Tua around the corner definitely helps. but sometimes quarterbacks are just super important here. Wow, this is really weird. Like the Stroud thing.
I love that this spot came up because this is an awesome spot to talk through with the sheet. ADP value, really not a ton of correlation, safety nets here. CJ Stroud, 20 picks. What does the sheet say? What are we doing here, Easy?
If you like, I just dumped Stroud at the bottom, and it tells you to click Stroud, but but like how? Because I don't know how you'll stack him. Because Schultz, but then I don't like the double tight end. Like you're gonna show up with Schultz,
Noah Brown, like flyer. What do you want to do?
I kind of like Godwin here. It's negative for now, but we can flip that positive with Baker later.
And we do already have Evans, so we pass on Stroud. I do think that's a really interesting spot.
I don't feel great about that.
It really boils down to me that like almost boils down to like how much do you think like CJ Stroud is going to run? Like, can he be a game breaking quarterback? Because if you are just getting like Joe Burrow, like I routinely passed on Joe Burrow 20 pick ADP value last year if I didn't have one of those top guys, because I'm like, how is this working out for me? Because he's not going to run. Stroud is like right on that line where it's like he could just be that dude, and you're like want that at a discount whenever you can get it. Yeah,
and in the context of like it's less top heavy than in years past, but you still want to be very close to the top. If you're drafting Stroud near the turn, like we passed on all three of Nico, Diggs, and Dell.
True.
So we are saying somehow Stroud is going to make our lineup, but we'd rather have Achane and Evans. Like the parlay of like Stroud is good, but also the three guys that we clicked earlier beat all the Houston guys. It's like, I think it's a little thin.
Yeah. We're back on the clock here, early 7th round. Kamara, Montgomery, Aaron Jones by ADP. What is the sheet like as our pick here?
It likes, well, is Kamara like, did Kamara fall because he's not here?
Yeah, he fell.
Is it Kamara, spots? Montgomery are all pretty ubiquitous here for me.
You have a favorite, flat. Kamara or Montgomery?
No, we can go Kamara, I guess the ADP tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Like I have him ranked 68 and 69 as is.
Let's do it. Kamara, probably a guy I'm not going to have a ton of, so I want to grab those ADP values when I can get it.
Here.
What's that?
That's like a last year stack for me. Maybe that was the muscle memory taking over, where I don't know if you have a new audience that hates you referring to things that don't matter anymore, but
no, it's hard for us to get these out of our brain. The other thing too I want to talk a little bit about the teammate correlation boost, because even though we passed on Stroud, we took Godwin. We already have Evans, and I love these teammate correlation boosts. Even if I don't get the quarterback, obviously Baker becomes a pretty big target for us, but you can see in the adjusted rank, Godwin went from 76 to 60. So like over a full round, all because of Evans, correct?
It's the opposite. Godwin went down from 60 to 76 because of our prioritization of like single week spikes. So like, unless we then add Baker, and I can like add Baker like somewhere later, it'll flip super positive for both of them.
Yeah.
But this is just saying it's really hard for two receivers on the same team to get there unless the quarterback also gets there. But then again, like even this is like a worst-ish case scenario for Godwin, and he's still pretty close to ADP.
Yeah. That's the other thing too. Like when you do this correlation stuff, when you take it at ADP, I think it was Leone who first kind of coined this phrase, but it's like you can free roll the benefits where it's like you're not sacrificing anything. It's just if you get this correlation boost, great, but you didn't sacrifice anything else with the team. I do think that's an interesting thought experiment for like how for people to read that team, because you wouldn't want them full, like you are balancing that dynamic of like, well, if I take Godwin here, this team could be supercharged with Baker, but if you never take Godwin because of the penalty, then you never open yourself up for that Baker double stack, which you would probably want in your portfolio.
For sure. And like people might think that I'm like kind of nerdy or something, but like I think a really fun way, and it's not actually like real life fun, like it's not a roller coaster, it's not like going to, a ball game or something, but like you can sort of do mock drafts, or you can like type in combinations and just see like, I've started, with these 6. What am I going to do in round 10? And I try and preview that. Like if you scroll to the bottom right portion, this is looking at just the players correlated, like the rest of the board correlated with what you've drafted. So this is telling you like who are the most important players.
Oh, that's cool.
To fill out your team later.
A priority queue, essentially.
Yeah. So like this is more or less like your star method. Sitting here. Granted, you don't want to reach, for Tua too early, like or Baker here, like that would be the star method gone wrong. But like this is definitely the things to keep in mind. Like these are the important pieces for us and like how good they're going to be for us eventually.
Yeah, I like that a lot. For these are the guys you put in your back pocket. And that's a really good point too. I did a video on Deposit Kingdom about reverse engineering your draft. This is an awesome tool for reverse engineering a draft. Like you could make, this is my perfect draft. And because you know these ADPs, you can kind of build out versions of teams and then try to execute them in reverse order, essentially.
Yep.
So this is an interesting spot. I couldn't help but notice Jonathon Brooks up here, part of like Tampa Bay. Yeah. And so then you have some other ADP values here, but I kind of like the Jonathon Brooks angle if he makes it to us. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be between Brooks and Mostert for me, but I like Brooks more. But and Brooks gives us an out to Bryce Young if we end up getting like cucked on Baker for some reason. Brooks is just like an archetype I want to buy high on.
For sure.
I feel like it would not shock me if his ADP was like in the 70s by August if we get any shred of good news.
Yeah, I completely agree. It seems like of every, it's rare for when I do drafts with Shawn, drafts with Pat, drafts with you, to have a complete consensus. I haven't heard anyone who is down on Jonathon Brooks in this price range, and yet his price isn't really moving up a ton.
Yeah, it's bizarre. No, it doesn't make sense to me. He's like the first running back. I understand the ACL concerns, but he was still the first running back drafted on a team that doesn't have, is like devoid of running back talent.
Yep. All right. So we are going to pick here in the 9th round. Mostert is, he goes.
Good.
Would
That's
this
fine.
be a spot for us to get another wide receiver, Sutton, Mike Williams, Lockett here, or David Njoku and be done at tight end with the Cleveland?
I don't like the early tight end. I don't want the early double tight end. So yeah, I don't mind receiver. There's no real correlation stuff. So it's sort of, those are the rankings that as I have them, and they all. I'm fine with Sutton.
Yeah, let's do Sutton.
I think people aren't excited about Sutton. Do you know why? And well, I understand like Denver stinks, but like there's nothing there. Like,
yeah, Sutton feels to me like he could be, and I want to be careful with this, but like the Mike Evans light of this year, and that like we know who he is. We're almost bored with it. You have some kind of quarterback concerns, and yet we have drafted Cortland Sutton 6 rounds earlier than this in previous years. Like there are some similarities where I think the market is just bored with Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. And obviously like people didn't like Russ Wilson, and almost definitely Bo Nix is probably not going to be as good as Russell Wilson, at least in year 1. But even if Jerry Jeudy stinks, like replacing Jerry Jeudy with Troy Franklin or whatever round he was drafted in, like Sutton's target dominance should only theoretically be on the rise or like neutral. And all he's done at the NFL is, score touchdowns. Like he was pretty good at towards the end of last year. In this like wide receiver bennett, it just seems very cheap. He's like a really good wide receiver 5 target where you've like, overinvested a bit at running back or tight end early.
Yes. This is definitely an easy team here with these veteran wide receivers. Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton. Love it.
We got Achane and Brooks though. Like I'm trying.
I'm trying.
There's bias seeps in, but like we try and be data driven as best we can.
Yeah, we'll we also, to your, we mentioned this before, we're probably headed to our 3 quarterback build, but we have lots of different stack options. Even our running backs open up, like you said, Bryce Young, Derek Carr. There's so many stacking avenues we can go with this team. And now it's like just kind of prioritizing them.
Yeah. And that's why, like, even though Tua is at the top of the queue, like I'm never reaching 2 rounds for Tua. So like in theory, like his ADP is 2 picks ahead of us next. So like if the Waddle guy wants him or something, or someone else takes him, like I can live with that. We have other options.
That's the other benefit too. I think, the Baker one, it's like we have this double stack. Like we need that to hit. Whereas when we have Achane and Hill, we are telling ourselves more of like a ping-ponging story. It's an Achane game where all the touchdowns come on the ground. Maybe they're not passing touchdowns. Like I think the running back tossed in gives you the flexibility either way. Play it ping-pong or play it as the stack.
Yeah. And also like the teammates can get there higher percent of the time if we stack the week 17 stronger too. So like Evans and Godwin, if we keep adding Panthers pieces, we could just say the Panthers are pushing them, and then there's a lot of volume there for both Godwin and Evans. So it doesn't have to be Baker. Like we give ourselves lots of outs, and you get it accidentally. A lot of times, I know you talk about this a bunch. You can often stack on accident, but
do you want to just grab Tua here and lock this up, or is there a pick that
I was like considering
pushing him?
I was like almost considering Chubb.
Yeah.
Like at this fall, but I'm fine locking Tua up, and if Chubb continue, because running back, there's a lot of running backs here that are decent.
Yeah, we have a lot of flexibility because we have a good running back room with Achane, Kamara, Brooks. We're good positionally. Quarterback would be the only one where it's like, yes, could we make a Baker, Bo Nix, Bryce Young teamwork? Yes, I'm sure we could. But getting Tua here to really pay off those big early bets we made, and like, what did his adjusted rank go to? 45.
Yeah. And like that obviously doesn't mean like that I sitting here think Tua is like the 45th or 47th best person in the pool. It's just because of our bets, like that is how important. Like if this team does well, this is why I think I did well last year. I was concentrated, but like each team takes on its own identity and like has its own if-thens. Yeah. So my good teams were good and my bad teams were bad. Because I was drafting teammates and opponents and, things like that. So like I was heavy on Tyreek Hill, which led me to a lot of Mostert. You could say maybe, I ran good, but it's like the years where Miami is good, or like Tyreek is good, like Miami's scoring a lot. And like, I don't know, does that mean Mostert scores 20 touchdowns? I probably couldn't have predicted that, but
Yep. Yeah. And that's one of the benefits of building a logical lineup that, dare I say, tells a story. It's like a lot of these stories are going to be shit, but you want just 1 or 2 good stories. And like you said, this year with getting to the finals being so important, sorry, we're on the clock here. I couldn't help but notice my guy Chase Brown with our little Denver stack there. We also have like Judy, who I assume is getting pushed up. Any thoughts?
Either of those, yeah. It's just I would say those would be the 2 that I have at the top. It's just a matter of if you'd rather go receiver or running back.
Man, I am a Chase Brown slappy, and he's slightly earlier ADP to where if we were going to get 2, it's probably grabbing Chase Brown there with our stack. Or our bring back there. Yeah, so Cincinnati plays Denver in week 17 and Cleveland in week 16, which is kind of another bonus of getting the double whammy on the Sutton and who's our other one? Sutton and
Amari.
And Amari, yeah. So here's the team through 11 rounds. Easy. We got a 1-4-5-1, not behind the 8 ball at any position. Tua at quarterback, Devon Achane, Alvin Kamara, Jonathan Brooks, Chase Brown at running back, wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Mari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton, and Mark Andrews at tight end.
Yeah. Would love to add some youth at receiver perhaps. Yeah. But I think it's pretty balanced with like, we're already in the 80th percentile receiver investment, which is like a target, and like you're not going to you can't catch up, right? It's already around 12 by the next time we pick. Like, it's going to be hard to make up for the sins of the past. But I feel like we're in a good spot here, considering like our detours.
Yeah. I'm laughing easy because this is the classic giving you a compliment and then inadvertently twisting the knife, but I will pass this question along. Grant says, I like this guy's style with all those advanced teams. How did he run out week 15 through 17 and finish in the regular season standings? Answer the regular season standings part first, and then you can answer 15 through 17.
Yeah. I'm trying to pull up BBMDB because I don't track it well myself, but like this was a great site. I feel like I had a couple of teams in the top 100 entering the last week I finished. All right, my best team is 109, 270, and then 277. I think I had like 8 or 9 teams in the top 10K. So, 2 or 3x'd my buy-in just from that, which was awesome. And free rolled. Of the 57, I feel like I only advanced 4 or 5 into week 16, and those all died.
But you won how much? What was your net profit in BBM from all those regular season prizes? Like over 10K, right?
Probably just short. I think just short.
Yeah, Easy had a very profitable year, and it could have, again, like the fact that you were able to realize those regular season prizes, while like if those guys that you were heavily concentrated on were playoff hammers, then you could have just had like a life-altering, playoff, with stacking the leaderboard.
Funny enough, people forget Derrick Henry was the RB4 in week 16. So it wasn't his fault. I think Mike Evans died in week 16 or something like that. But yeah, like showing up to week 16 with 5 teams, it just didn't work out all the way.
We're on the clock. I don't know if we said some rookies. I don't know if a guy like Burton is getting pushed.
I love Burton. I don't know if he's getting pushed up, but it's one of those like I don't care.
Yeah,
like
Freiermuth. Let's do Burton. It kind of accomplishes some correlation stuff. He's second in your ranks. There's no need for Darnell Mooney on this team.
No.
Let's get some rookie upside here. I think, I passed on Jermaine Burton for a correlated Luke McCaffrey in draft 1, and then I think I took Jermaine Burton in 3 straight drafts today. After that,
I'm super high in him, and I suppose this is a reach in May, but I think closing ADP, I think it's going to look good. Like this is like receivers have never been more expensive, and Tyler Boyd was like ADP like 110 like a couple years running, and now like you have live outs to T Higgins not being on this team. When the season starts, it's not great, but like in that scenario, like Jermaine Burton is going, I don't know, like round 7, 6. Yeah, dare I say, like, which
real quick, Easy. Baker has an ADP of 159. Do we try to push him to 166 here, or is he a guy where you're like, I don't want to fuck around with this?
Well, we have Baker and Watson, ADPs 160 and 163. We pick 166. So like if I can
we could also take Mims and have another double stack out as well with Cleveland and Denver. Or Pat Freiermuth is a pretty nice pick, I think, in this range too.
Yeah, and Freiermuth would give us like a Justin Fields bailout later too.
Do you have a preference on any of those avenues?
Let's go Pat. I need some Penn State homerism.
There you go.
And it's good to shut down. I've seen a lot of like early double elite tight end. Like I hate that, honestly. Especially I hate it the most in May, where I think the reason you're drafting now is to like get sick ADP values or guys that are going to be huge risers, I think, over the next 3 months, as opposed to information. So as best you can, I think you want to save bullets for running back and receivers and guys that can really separate late, like trying to somehow identify Kyren Williams and Puka, which is like impossible, let alone in May. So sorry, but like the double elite tight end, like I don't love it because it's hard for those guys to be league winners. Like you're not going to get huge ADP value because of, Kyle Pitts or something. But
Yeah.
locking in Freiermuth and Andrews, like we're done here, and now we can spend that extra pick on a running back or receiver.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my whole thing with the I'm very pro elite tight end. I think I have a couple double elite tight ends where the room has to smack me in the face with it, where I'm getting an ADP value and a correlation. That's what happened with Pat and I in the draft, where it's like we took Andrews and then Pitts falls around and we have London. And I do really think like there's like 2 or 3 tight ends I like after pick 100. So it is easier for me to like close the loop, but then we were kind of scrambling at wide receiver in a way that is a bit uncomfortable too.
Yeah. And like there at the end, you have to balance, like, am I doing correlation stuff? And like, guys, I think maybe Jalen Tolbert isn't the right example because maybe he has outs, but like, and I kind of like him, but, to make up a name like someone like Zay Jones, where it's very unlikely he's a guy that you need, right? He's not going to be Puka Nacua. Can he be a guy you need for a month? Like maybe, right? But like that type fits really well on a stack. But I don't know who these guys are, because like if I did, I'd be a lot richer of like finding the guys that could be the guy you need like for the whole season in round 16, 17, 18. So yeah, that's when you have to balance stacking versus trying to find the outlier. It's tough, but
I think my favorite part of the tool right now is this priority queue thing of like, because you think about like the star method, first of all, it's like, you do have to go through all these layers. Okay. There's my own stacks. There's the backdoor stacks. There's the week 16. There's the week 17 oppo. And to have it all here in a quantified way to just quickly scan and be like, oh, there is this nice pocket of late RBs in our back pocket here. Like, I kind of like that as a roadmap to the end of your draft.
Yeah, for sure. It helps the most. Like what I've noticed this year more than ever is like, and this makes intuitive sense, it's really hard. Like you need running backs, like, because you have to start at least 2 and oftentimes 3 in a week, but it's really hard to like improve a running back once you've drafted him. It just, the running back, whereas a receiver, quarterback, and tight end benefit a lot. This is all a stacking thing, right? Where it's really hard for a running back to gain value as you add things to him, but it's really easy to make a receiver, a tight end, or quarterback shine because you improve the game bet. So yeah, it's like the running backs are more standalone, and I want to stack up the receivers and tight ends and quarterbacks essentially.
Yep. For sure. We're about to pick in the 14th round. So we got 5 more picks here. I'll recap the team so far before we make this selection. Tua at quarterback. We got our 4 running backs: Achane, Kamara, Jonathon Brooks, and Chase Brown. Wide receivers: Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Mari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton, and Jermaine Burton. And then our rocked up tight end room: Mark Andrews and Pat Freiermuth. And unless we get a pretty nasty snipe here, Baker does come back. I feel like we played that pretty well.
Yeah. Is Deshaun gone too? I do have Baker ahead of Deshaun.
He is. Deshaun
yeah, so that's
wins.
perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yep. So
this isn't one where I would push him, because like to me, it's more important to lock up Baker. Sometimes it's good to push guys, but like Baker is so meaningful for us, and I think everyone else is pretty flat around like these picks.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. That's the whole thing with it. It's like, I actually think that's one of the easier screeners. It's like, man, if there was this screaming value that we loved that slipped here, then it's like, yeah, just take the pick, push him around the wrap. But if there's nothing that's jumping out, we already pushed it a full round. I think we get our guy, and now we can go see what's our adjusted Baker and Tua ranks here in this reality.
Like super high, like Baker's 61.
Yeah.
But that's because we're saying Mike Evans and Godwin pay off. Like this is all the if-thens, where like each draft you have to assume that you're right, because like if Evans and or Godwin suck, then yeah, Baker's also going to suck, and like this team is going to finish in 9th or 12th, and that's as good as finishing 3rd.
We are on the clock. I do love my guy Bucky Irving. Also open to I don't know if I'd want to handcuff Chuba.
It's either I would go Bucko or Jaleel. I have them back to back, so I'm open to either.
Let's do this. Let's do Jaleel. I think we could still entertain a third quarterback on this build.
I'm leaving the light on for Justin Fields here.
Yeah. And yeah, so we get an extra. I do love Bucky, but we get a second Denver bet. It opens up Bo Nix. It opens up Fields. I think that, not Jaleel specifically, but I like that flexibility.
Yeah. I'm super high on Jaleel. Like we have all this history of, Sean Payton's running backs, and our boy Sam Sherman tweeted out yesterday, and like everyone loves Javonte Williams, but like there's actually no evidence of Javonte Williams being good on an NFL football field yet. Maybe he was 1 week right before he got hurt 2 years ago, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jaleel, and same thing goes for Bucky Irving, to be fair, because Rachaad White is not great by any stretch, but like I think Jaleel would not surprise me at all if he was like a starter for Denver sooner than later.
Yeah, I think my thought on it is Sean's kind of thesis is that this is going to be a gold mine for running back production. It's just the way with Bo Nix, the checkdowns, like you said, with what Sean Payton has always done. We drafted hopefully the old Kamara, the literal old Kamara, and the new Kamara and McLaughlin. But it's like, I want access to that. And yeah, McLaughlin's the cheaper bet. At least with Javonte, like the market isn't making you pay a huge premium on him being the lead back. But man, McLaughlin gives you so many outs from an athleticism standpoint, right? Like he could give you explosive plays. He could soak up a bunch of checkdowns. He's a very fun pick, but I don't want it to necessarily be completely at the expense of zero Javonte.
Right. No, that's fair.
So structurally, we are in good shape here at 2.562. And yeah, I'm glad you brought up that point of thinking through the 3 QB stuff, where Fields is almost like the perfect third QB, right? Where how does he get in our lineup over Tua and Baker? Well, I mean, it's pretty easy to envision how he does that if he's just on the field.
Yeah. And this is like the type of structure that will allow you to do that. Like, I think we might be done at running back with 5. We have 6. Like, I'm curious your thoughts here. Like investment wise, like I think we're right in the window. If someone we love falls, like, but I'm good. Like, I'm good there. Tight end, we're done. Receiver, at least 7, probably 8 here. So then it's like quarterback versus running back luxury pick, right?
Yeah.
We have 3 picks left.
Yep. I think that's exactly it. You can even see like our, I think our running back capital here is good. I mean, I love this running back room. I think it's a third quarterback and 2 more wide receivers.
Yeah. It's just the receiver's thin, obviously here. But it is what it is, You have to tell a story.
This is how you start looking, and this is how you talk yourself into Jalen Tolbert, because you have a big stack on the Bucks, and you got that week 16 bring back, and it just lines up. Yeah.
And you get a little accidental week 15 with Carolina and Jonathon Brooks, like the Brooks and Tolbert on December 16th is looking really good.
Looking at our team here. Yeah. So it's interesting. You see because we've been correlating across so many different, angles, it's interesting. Sutton is the only court, and that's because we don't have him stacked. Like if we took Knicks, he would get mega boosted probably, right?
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're on the clock here.
Okay.
Tolbert is there. It's basically, if we want to grab,
I would push quarterback.
Yeah. You have a wide receiver you like?
I do like Tolbert a lot.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like, I think he's like a clear cut wide receiver 3. He might not be good, but they didn't add anyone. And, if Chip is still awake, like he'll tell me, I forget, like Ryan Flournoy or something like that they drafted in the 6th round.
Wow,
or something.
Chip getting multiple shout outs from Easy here, living rent free. Easy.
Big time. Yeah. High volume. It from one high volume poster to another. Game recognizes game.
Yeah. Do you have another wide receiver here you like enough to click over Fields, or do you want to lock up Fields?
Fields versus Knicks. Like, what are your thoughts there? Because Fields is like Fields is a game changer, but Knicks makes our Sutton bet good.
I know. I'm torn on this one because Fields, the single game ceiling is much more
Fields is
enticing to
fun.
me.
Yeah.
Because I do think, like, say we had Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, I think I might like be like, all right, let's do Knicks as the third QB. Being like, we've already accessed that single game ceiling with Tua and Baker. You do worry about like, hey, these guys could be solid, but it might just be like they're tapping out at like a 25, 26 point ceiling. Maybe a Justin Fields 30 burger comes in really handy. Yeah.
So it's hard to see Bo Nix going for much more than like low 20s.
So this will be fun to kind of figure out how we want to allocate this, because this is, like we said, kind of a luxury pick. We're leaning wide receiver. Are there anyone who's getting kind of boosted really high at the end here that would make sense for us?
Like maybe it would be a receiver for like Tampa Bay, like a Trey Palmer or McMillan type. Maybe McMillan is gone already.
Would we do the Odell thing?
Yeah. Do I even have Odell in here? Yeah. Odell would be a good pick for sure.
Man, dude, I literally, until Brick's draft caddy just highlighted, forgot Van Jefferson was on Pittsburgh. Completely forgot about that.
Yeah, but this is like what I was talking about earlier, where you have to decide, like, is this guy I'm going to use him once or twice?
Yeah.
Or is this a guy that I probably use 0 times, but like, maybe he wins me something?
Yeah.
So,
the other fun, like, do you, like, because I'm curious how you would think through this, because like another guy who might be in this mix would be an Elijah Moore, where it's like we're getting another double stack, but we're done at quarterback.
Yeah. I've never liked Elijah Moore, but I think the price is right.
Yeah.
I think the price is quite right this year on a lot of Cleveland pieces, and I've like never liked Cleveland. So like, I think Judy's okay, but I'm not super scared of Judy, where I wouldn't say Elijah Moore is worth drafting in the 18th round.
Yeah. We can evaluate here for this last pick. Christopher says, Peter looks tired as fuck. I did the rare thing. I went out on a Sunday night. Lauren and I went to a concert last night. So I was out late and then drafting. We just passed the 4-hour mark. So yes, maybe I am dragging a little more than usual here. But drafting gives me life easy. 3-5-7-2 build. We got Tua, Baker, Fields. Tua is paired with Achane and Tyreek. Baker, we got that premium double with Evans and Godwin. We got Fields stacked with Freiermuth. We got some fun Cincinnati, Denver secondary correlations. Chase Brown, Jermaine Burton, Jaleel McLaughlin, Cortland Sutton. It's hard to find a pick on this team that isn't correlated in some way easy.
Yeah, some of it's accidental, but a little bit of thoughtfulness goes a long way for sure.
We're on the clock. We could do a triple with Trey Palmer. We could do the Elijah Moore thing. We could indulge some of your Giants homerism. Anything
I'm
here?
I'm out on the Giants. Elijah versus Palmer, I think.
Yeah.
At this point, it's kind of tight.
Yeah, let's
I think
do
Moore has a higher chance of like possibly mattering on the year. Palmer is a guy that might matter on a week.
Yeah, and I also think like I'm a little more concerned for what's his face losing his job, Trey Palmer with McMillan there, whereas Elijah Moore, there's not a rookie bearing down on him.
No, I mean like Cedric Tillman holdover or something, but like
yeah. All right, we are going to recap this contest. Thank you, Tyler. Pete's dragging this AM. Dragging this team to week 17. God, I set them up. Tyler knocks them down. Draft number 4 in the books on this mega best ball breakfast stream. Make sure you guys are following Easy on Twitter and checking out his sheet, easydfs.xyz. I will post this in the show notes on both podcast and YouTube and drop this link in the chat. If they are most interested in the sheet, it's the NFL draft product is the way they get access to that.
Yep, that'll get you the sheet, underdog, and DraftKings rankings. Like maybe I'll do some drafters if people really want it as well.
Awesome.
But yeah, NFL draft products. But yeah, if you want to sign up for everything, I do weekly and playoff stuff as the season goes on.
Awesome. I've kind of recapped this team, but I'll do it once more and then get Easy's final thoughts on it. Tua, Baker, Justin Fields at quarterback, Achane, Kamara, Brooks, Chase Brown, McLaughlin at running back, wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton, Jermaine Burton, Jalen Tolbert, and Elijah Moore, tight ends, Mark Andrews and Pat Freiermuth. How do you feel like this squad grades out?
I think it's really good. Like, it accomplishes, like, I don't draft much elite tight end, but you get Andrews at a value. You stacked cheaply at quarterback. We didn't force any stacks. And our only reaches are on, Jermaine Burton, I really like, and Tolbert. It's like, inconsequential. So
yeah,
we respected ADP. We have olds and youth mixed in. I think it's a good team.
Awesome. Yeah, I like this one as well. Make sure you guys check out Easy Sheet. And Easy, of course, spends a ton of time in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. If you guys aren't in there, I got a link down below. Free Discord. There are a lot of gated channels, but Badge Bros channels, general NFL best ball channel, lots of places to come talk, post teams, all of that good stuff. Highly recommend it. And like I said, go check out Gretch's stream, which is starting up right now. And then there's ADP chasing at 3:30. Appreciate all of you guys hanging out. I am going to go rest. And by that, I mean probably do a draft while working out. But have a great rest of your day for Best Ball Breakfast. We'll see you guys